Present us, O Lord, in all our doings with thy most gracious favour. Further us with thy continual help, that in all our works begun, continued, and ended in thee, we may glorify thy holy name, and finally, by thy mercy, attain everlasting life. Amen. Why is the Government House Leader on his feet?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To ask for leave to make a motion regarding the number of members in the chamber.
Government House Leader has requested leave to move a motion regarding the number of members in the chamber. Is leave granted? Leave has been granted. Government House Leader may move his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that notwithstanding Section 3 sub C of the sessional order adopted on June 15, 2020, the maximum number of members in the chamber at any given time on July 3, 2020 be 25. Inclusive of the Speaker, and the members present will include no more than 17 government members and no more than 7 opposition members at any given time. I so move.
Government House Leader has moved that notwithstanding Section 3 sub C of the sessional order adopted on June 15, 2020, the maximum number of members in the chamber at any given time on July 3, 2020 shall be 25. Inclusive of the Speaker, and the members present will include no more than 17 government members and no more than 7 opposition members at any given time. Is the Assembly ready for the question? Pledge the Assembly to adopt the motion. Carried. Reading and receiving petitions. Statements by members. Question period. I recognize the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is the last day of a session the Premier didn't want to have. And on the first day of the session, the Premier tabled a budget that he never wanted to show the people of Saskatchewan. So it makes sense that the budget we got doesn't really show us anything. It was cut and pasted from an already out-of-date pre-pandemic plan. What the people of this province need is a plan for today and a vision for the future. This budget has neither. The Premier is hiding crucial information. He's hiding his real plan for cuts and sell-offs at a time when we need the government to step up and to invest in people. Will the Premier show his true plans before we go to the polls this fall? Hear, hear. Hear, hear, hear.
I recognize the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, again, I'll say for I don't know how many time in this Assembly, Mr. Speaker, Saskatchewan is the first jurisdiction in the nation of Canada, including the federal government, to introduce and pass now, as of yesterday, a budget. Mr. Speaker, that is a budget that we're very proud to say has a 5% increase in health care funding, Mr. Speaker, most pertinent to the COVID crisis that we are dealing with today. That is an important increase, Mr. Speaker, so that we can not only deal with the COVID crisis itself, but ensure that our health care system is operating alongside these next number of months. Mr. Speaker, this budget has, as I said, a 2.4% increase in education, ensuring that we have the funding in place to ensure that the next generation of this province has every opportunity to succeed, every opportunity to be all that they can be. In that funding, Mr. Speaker, includes funding for a number of new schools in this province, bringing the school build up to a total of 57 by this government over the course of the last 12 years. Mr. Speaker, we're very proud of introducing this budget that supports strong communities in this province, it supports strong families in this province, Mr. Speaker, and it most importantly supports the economic recovery of Saskatchewan in the months ahead.
Hear, hear.
I recognize the Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, hiding has become something of a theme with this government. They've hid standard fiscal forecasting. They've hidden their true plans for future budget. Despite advice from the Privacy Commissioner, public health experts, and a promise from the Chief Medical Health Officer, they've chosen to continue to limit the publicly available information on COVID-19. And yesterday in estimates, Mr. Speaker, the Premier was very careful to avoid acknowledging that he spent the start of this year planning a snap spring election stunt when he should have been planning for a pandemic, Mr. Speaker, and this had consequences. School boards were put in the impossible position of choosing to make space available to Elections Saskatchewan for the Premier's snap spring election or to the Saskatchewan Health Authority for COVID-19. I tabled those documents during Premier's estimates yesterday, Mr. Speaker. Will the Premier stand in this House and will he let us know? Does he regret that he had the wrong priorities, that he spent the start of this year focusing on planning for an election which distracted from our response to planning for a pandemic?
Recognize the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, let me clarify exactly what has happened in this Assembly, in this building, in this province over the course of the last, let's say, 5.5 months. First of all, I haven't been at home, I've been here, Mr. Speaker. I've been in my office, I've been in meetings with the Minister of Health, who has also been here, the Minister of Rural and Remote Health, the Minister of Finance. Number of ministers on this side have been here in Regina, away from their homes in many cases, ensuring that we are working with our public health, with Dr. Shahab's office, who is also, Mr. Speaker, working 15 to 20 hours a day, 7 days a week, ensuring that he is making the appropriate recommendations that are allowing the people of this province to remain safe, ensuring those recommendations are also allowing the people of this province to get back to work and to restart the economy here in Saskatchewan, of which, Mr. Speaker, this party has faith in. Mr. Speaker, what we are seeing here is a very different policy initiative, very different direction, if you will. We have a party that has faith in the people of this province to do the right thing when it comes to stopping the spread of COVID-19. We have a party that has faith in the people of the province and being able to recover and grow the economy in Saskatchewan versus an NDP party that has just simply no faith in the people of this province.
Recognize the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hard work comes with the job. All of the members in this place work hard. The difference is choosing the right priorities. And this Premier's priorities during the beginning of this year were on a snap spring election. We have one email from March 11th that had the school board having to tell an SHA official, listen to this, Mr. Speaker, an SHA official was asking to book a space for COVID-19 treatment, but had to be told instead, we've already made a commitment to Elections Saskatchewan, Mr. Speaker. Wow. At a time when governments around the world were wholly focused on preparing for the arrival of COVID-19, this Sask Party government was busy reviewing their campaign ads. Mr. Speaker, it's embarrassing, it's morally bankrupt, and it shows exactly why this government needs why this province needs a government that's honest and that puts people before their own political ambitions, Mr. Speaker. Will the Premier admit that by planning for an election when he should have been focused on the pandemic, he showed exactly why his government can't be trusted? Does he regret, and will he tell the people of Saskatchewan why he regrets focusing so much on his political ambitions and not on the health of the province?
Recognize the Premier.
I'm not sure what school board officials were talking about back earlier this year, but I can tell you what this government was talking about, Mr. Speaker, at the outset of this pandemic, and I tabled our day-by-day response, Mr. Speaker, during estimates yesterday. But the first focus that we had, along with Dr. Shahab and the people in his office, was to ensure that we had the appropriate restrictions in to curb the spread of the COVID-19. And thanks to the people of this province, we have been able to do that. We then provided the resources that were necessary to support families, support people, to support businesses across this province, with our small business grant, Mr. Speaker, with our self-isolation program, with the partnerships that we have in the multiple programs that are available for small businesses and large businesses in this province. We then move on to the recovery of this province, starting with the Reopen Saskatchewan plan. Mr. Speaker, we've got a Reopen Saskatchewan plan that will ensure that we are not spreading COVID-19 because of what people in this province are doing, and we can reopen the economy here in the province of Saskatchewan that I would add never did slow down as much as any other province in this nation due to the careful guidance of Dr. Shahab and his office, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like at this point in time, given the relative success that we have had here in this province, maybe the Leader of the Opposition would like to join me in thanking Dr. Shahab and thanking his office for all of the hard work and the success that we have in the province of Saskatchewan.
Recognize a member for Saskatoon Fairview.
Mr. Speaker, that's ridiculous. Of course, he's already done that. Mr. Speaker, we have seen this health minister's arrogant and dismissive approach to anyone who raises concerns about healthcare in Saskatchewan. Unfortunately, that can have real consequences for healthcare in Saskatchewan. Mr. Speaker, nothing is more important to Saskatchewan people than healthcare that's there when they need it. Particularly during the COVID-19 pandemic, safe and regularly available access to healthcare professionals is top of mind. Yet the minister cancelled the province's pandemic contracts with doctors, despite the need for continued physical distancing, enhanced cleaning protocols, and decreased patient volumes. There was no notice and no consultation. To the Minister of Health, why was this change made, and why was the Saskatchewan Medical Association not consulted?
Recognize the Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, our government and the Ministry of Health have a very good relationship with Saskatchewan Medical Association, Mr. Speaker. We frequently consult with them on a variety of issues, Mr. Speaker. During the first wave of COVID, when there was concerns about capacity, Mr. Speaker, and about having the appropriate medical professionals on hand, contracts were offered to physicians in the province, Mr. Speaker. We're going to need to make changes as we go forward, Mr. Speaker. Hopefully we won't be hard hit with second wave, but Mr. Speaker, if we do, we'll take the appropriate measures.
Recognize the member for Saskatoon Fairview.
Mr. Speaker, we have asked so many Saskatchewan people to step up during the pandemic. Frontline heroes like nurses, healthcare professionals of all kinds, grocery store workers, and so many others. And they've done it. This minister claims to appreciate these actions, yet these doctors were notified by email that the pandemic contracts were cancelled with no notice. Stephanie Nyberg, a family doctor in Melfort, says this snap decision puts quality health care at risk. She says, quote, "I'm most concerned about my patients and how the cancellation of this contract without any plan to support the safe reopening of clinics will impact them. It leaves offices like mine facing a significant burden as we work to reopen safely, and frankly, makes it harder for family doctors to practice in rural Saskatchewan." End quote. Mr. Speaker, we're watching a rural health tragedy unfold next door in Alberta. What is the Minister of Health going to do to ensure that patients in rural Saskatchewan don't have to worry about whether their doctor is going to leave their community?
Recognize the Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, let's understand the situation in Saskatchewan compared to 13 years ago when we were given the privilege to form government. Mr. Speaker, the members opposite, Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition saying, what's that have to do with the question? Well, the member opposite asked the question, what are we going to do to ensure physician services in rural Saskatchewan, Mr. Speaker? When you look at the situation today, compared to the situation we formed government, Mr. Speaker, we have hundreds more doctors in this province. Mr. Speaker, do we still have more work to do? Absolutely we do, Mr. Speaker. Our SIPA program has been very successful. We think we need to make some changes there to reflect new realities, Mr. Speaker. We have some communities around the province, in my own community, Mr. Speaker, at times there's concerns about doctor shortages, Mr. Speaker, but the SHA is doing a good job in attempting to recruit. Mr. Speaker, this is a far, far cry from when the members opposite were in government, when virtually every small community in the province was short of doctors.
That's right.
Recognize the member for Saskatoon Fairview.
He's completely avoiding the questions, Mr. Speaker. This Minister of Health takes rural Saskatchewan for granted. They closed emergency rooms during the pandemic, and now they're putting the safe delivery of family medical care at risk, particularly in rural Saskatchewan. We have obtained a letter from Saskatchewan's family doctors. Family Practice Board Chair Carla Holinati and Family Practice Board President Stan Oleksinski wrote to their colleagues expressing their disappointment that the pandemic contracts were cancelled without consultation and that the SMA was totally cut out of the decision. Nothing is more important to families than safe, reliable access to health care. And we're still in a pandemic. What is this minister's plan to restore the pandemic contracts with family doctors until such time as enhanced protocols are no longer necessary?
Recognize the Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, let's understand the situation is the contracts that were put in place were temporary, Mr. Speaker, and what's happening now is we're moving forward on the resumption of services, Mr. Speaker. We think that's important. We think it's important to have capacity in the system in case a second wave hits, which we hope certainly won't. But we need to not have to shut down so many parts of the system as happened the first time, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as far as the comment in the preamble, there's always several questions in there, Mr. Speaker, but as far as the preamble about closing emergency rooms, let's understand, Mr. Speaker, when it was announced as temporary. And here's what's happened in the meantime, Mr. Speaker. Crobert reopened June 12th. Arcola reopened June 16th. Priestville opened June 18th. Bigger opened June 27th. Oxbow also on June 27th. Davidson on June 24th. Herbert on June 25th. And Leader on July 1st.
Recognize the member for Regina Rosemont.
Long before COVID-19, the Sask Party made choices that took our slowing economy and slammed on the brakes, leaving Saskatchewan families struggling in recession. That was news, though, to the Premier apparently yesterday. He suggested he didn't even know that the final StatsCan numbers for 2019, the actuals, were released on June 1st, and that our economy had had the worst economic growth in Canada, the biggest contraction in Canada. And that same lack of awareness carries over to this budget, which doesn't include anything when it comes to the jobs for Saskatchewan people, except the Sask Party's admission that 16,000 people will lose theirs. The first step of recovery is admitting you have a problem. And the Sask Party is in full denial about the economic hurt they've created and the damage that they're doing to families and workers right across our province. Why should Saskatchewan people have any faith that the Sask Party will secure our economic recovery when the Premier is pretending he didn't even know that we were in recession last year, the biggest contraction in Canada?
Hear, hear. Good question.
Recognize the Minister of Trade.
Hear, hear.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and let's talk about the facts with regard to the economy. This economy in this province, because of the hard work of our job creators, our entrepreneurs, our folks who are working out there in this province, has come through this pandemic better than any other jurisdiction in the country. We have the second lowest unemployment rate in the entire country, the lowest effective unemployment rate in the entire country. We saw wholesale trade actually increase, Mr. Speaker, which is largely a reflection of export numbers, showing that we were the only province in the entire country to see an increase in that, Mr. Speaker, and it's due to the hard work of the people of this province. It's also due to the trust that our folks, our people, our citizens in this province have shown in this government and this Premier. The strong, reliable, dependable leadership of this Premier versus what they saw, the weak and panicky leadership of the Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, there is going to be an opportunity for voters to cast their judgment on who they want to see grow this economy going forward. Mr. Speaker, I'm very confident they're going to pick the strong, reliable leadership of this Premier.
Recognize the member for Regina Rosemont.
The Sask Party is in total denial of the damage they've caused to our economy and the hurt that they've caused to Saskatchewan people, and the arrogant and petty and political dismissal that we see from the Economy Minister says it all, Mr. Speaker. You know, and I guess that tells us why we really don't see anything in this budget that will really work to get us back on track and secure that recovery. The Sask Party has announced billions in infrastructure projects, and that's welcome news. But without a Sask First procurement plan, that's not a real plan for Saskatchewan workers and companies. With a massive water project on the horizon, with so much potential for Saskatchewan, and with so many public dollars at stake, it's essential that the government maximize the value for Saskatchewan people and secure the jobs that they deserve through a project like this, not outsource those jobs to Kansas City or to Paris, France, or to Montreal like we've seen time and time again. This is a time for Saskatchewan people to be first. Why won't the Sask Party bring in a Sask First procurement plan to put people first, to fire up this economy, and to build the future of this province?
Recognize the Minister of Education.
Mr. Speaker, again, the New Democrats, Mr. Speaker, are years behind. Mr. Speaker, in 2014, Mr. Speaker, we put forward our procurement transformation plan, Mr. Speaker, and there's the results. Mr. Speaker, last year, out of executive government, 90% of the procurement, Mr. Speaker, $410 million, Mr. Speaker, went to Saskatchewan companies. Mr. Speaker, in the Crowns, well, they don't want to hear, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the Crowns, of the top 10 procurements in the Crowns, Mr. Speaker, last year, 90% of that work, Mr. Speaker, went to Saskatchewan companies employing Saskatchewan workers, Mr. Speaker. We continue to have conversations, Mr. Speaker, with industry, Mr. Speaker. We continue to have conversations with the unions, Mr. Speaker. Just 2 weeks ago, I met with the plumbers and the pipe fitters and the building trades, Mr. Speaker, to talk about how we can incorporate community benefits into our tendering, Mr. Speaker, which we're already doing, Mr. Speaker, which was very well received. Mr. Speaker, the idea of the recovery and the $7.5 billion that's being invested, Mr. Speaker, will go to Saskatchewan companies, Mr. Speaker. It's a key part of the recovery, Mr. Speaker, of the economy, and we'll continue to work on that to benefit Saskatchewan workers and companies.
Hear, hear. Recognize the member for Regina Rosemont.
Mr. Speaker, a pinky swear from the guy that outsourced a project to a company from Paris, France, just doesn't cut it for Saskatchewan people, Mr. Speaker. The Sask Party has failed to secure the recovery that Saskatchewan people deserve. And that plan for recovery isn't the only thing missing in this budget. They scrapped, of course, multi-year planning and the accompanying forecasts and economic and fiscal forecasts. And all of this in the face of a historic economic challenge and the biggest deficit in Saskatchewan's history. Their plans to get back to balance, as the Finance Minister has promised, are totally hidden from Saskatchewan people. The budget won't balance itself, Mr. Speaker. And the Sask Party just isn't coming clean with Saskatchewan people. They lack the courage to do so, Mr. Speaker. Why won't the Sask Party level with Saskatchewan people instead of playing political games and ramming forward their playbook of the deceitful 2017 budget? Hear, hear.
Recognize Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, talk about political rhetoric. You just have to listen to that member for 2 seconds and you get the ultimate political rhetoric, Mr. Speaker. He knows it is a very complete budget. The provincial auditor will deem her opinion and she will deem it a complete budget. There is nothing hidden in the budget, Mr. Speaker, and he knows that. He just ramps up the rhetoric, Mr. Speaker. There's a number of incentive programs within that budget. We passed the bills here in this Assembly, but you know what is hidden, Mr. Speaker? It's quite hidden what their plan will cost or their idea of what they might want to do. Mr. Speaker, it doesn't come with a price tag. You know what else is hidden? Is how are they going to pay for it? It's over $1 billion added on to our budget expenses. How are they going to pay for it? That's quite hidden. What taxes are they going to raise, Mr. Speaker? That is really hidden. What are they going to cut? What are they going to sell? How are they going to pay for it? And by the way, when are they going to balance the books again and strengthen the economy of Saskatchewan again? That is totally hidden.
Hear, Recognize a member for Regina Lakeview.
Mr. Speaker, school's out, and parents, students, staff, teachers are all rolling into summer with no clarity from that government about what September will bring. Other provinces have presented various scenarios to keep schools safe, including staggered classes, prioritizing early years, reduced class sizes, and options for further learning should the risk increase. Throughout this sitting, the government has provided neither clarity on what's to come, nor the dollars to ensure that it can be done safely. Does the minister actually think that it's fair to Saskatchewan teachers, staff, students, and their families to have to play guessing games all summer because that minister couldn't get the job done?
Hear, hear. Recognize the Minister of Education.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, earlier on, Mr. Speaker, the Chief Medical Health Officer issued his guiding principles, Mr. Speaker, with respect to making sure that teachers return to school safely in the fall. Mr. Speaker, we have a great deal of confidence in the guidelines that have been put forward by the Chief Medical Health Officer, Mr. Speaker. Just 2 days ago was the deadline for school divisions to provide us with their learning plans, Mr. Speaker, to be consistent with respect to the guidelines that have been issued, Mr. Speaker. I've seen some of those plans, Mr. Speaker. The school divisions have been very responsive, Mr. Speaker, in providing their learning plans, both at the elementary level and at the secondary level, Mr. Speaker. Learning plans that are in compliance with the guidelines, Mr. Speaker. Not sure who's best to be able to provide those learning plans except the school divisions, who we rely on to ensure that education is delivered in the classrooms in a clear and efficient way, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, the guidelines provide the basis for the school divisions to provide those learning plans. Those learning plans have been provided to the Ministry of Education, Mr. Speaker. And in addition to that, Mr. Speaker, the guidance that we've received from the response planning team made up of the SSBA and the teachers of the province.
Here, here.
Recognize the member for Cumberland.
Mr. Speaker, Tristan Drosser is a Northerner, a proud Métis man who has seen enough. Yesterday, he began his walk from La Ronge here to Regina to protest this government's failure to act and bring in a real suicide strategy to save lives. Tristan is tired of losing his friends and loved ones. We are tired of losing our friends and loved ones. Enough is enough. When Tristan finishes his journey here to Regina, will this government finally act? Will this government finally bring in meaningful suicide strategy to save lives?
Here, here.
Recognize the Minister of Rural and Remote Health.
Mr. Speaker, we recognize what suicide has done to people in this province, to communities, to families. We've reached out to Tristan and have offered to have a meeting with him at any point during his journey here. But I guess, Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to leave everyone with the fact that really suicide doesn't know any geographic or territorial boundaries. I don't think it really matters whether it's defined in an act, a bill, or a plan, Mr. Speaker. And that's why we put out the Pillars for Life Saskatchewan Suicide Prevention Plan, Mr. Speaker, and it recognizes the issues that are there with suicide and what it's doing to people in our province, Mr. Speaker. And it's a plan that's going to be enacted both this year and in years to come.
Ministerial statements. Oh. Government House Leader, while you're on your feet.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
What's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, during question period, the member for Rosemont accused the Minister of Finance of being deceitful. He well knows that that is unparliamentary, and I'd ask him to apologize and withdraw.
Yeah, you did.
I recognize the Opposition House Leader.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. Very clearly, the member from Rosemont did not do as the Government House Leader alleges. In fact, he was referring to the 2017 budget, which this Minister of Justice, or Minister of Finance, was not even the minister at the time. Check.
I think we've had enough personal attacks on each other. We're going to go on. Both sides. Ministerial statements. Introduction of bills. Presenting reports by standing and special committees. Orders of the day. I'm advised that His Honour the Lieutenant Governor is here. Governor is here for royal assent. All please rise.
Moraski, Lieutenant Governor of Saskatchewan.
Pray be seated.
May it please your honor, this Legislative Assembly at its present session has passed several bills which, in the name of the Assembly, I present to your honor, and to which bills I respectfully request your honor's assent.
Your Honor, the bills are as follows. Bill number 187, the Administration of Estates Amendment Act 2019. Bill number 189, the Coroner's Amendment Act 2019. Bill number 195, the Lobbyist Amendment Act 2019. Bill number 196, the Members' Conflict of Interest Amendment Act 2019. Bill number 194, the Miscellaneous Municipal Statutes Amendment Act 2019. Bill number 180, the Miscellaneous Statutes Government Relations Transfer of Gas, Electrical and Plumbing Functions Amendment Act 2019. Bill number 181, the Mineral Taxation Modernization Amendment Act 2019. Bill number 179, the Apiaries Amendment Act 2019. Bill number 183, the Fisheries Saskatchewan Act 2019. Bill number 184, the Fisheries Saskatchewan Consequential Amendments Act 2019. Bill number 203, the Financial Planners and Financial Advisors Act. Bill number 204, the Jury Amendment Act 2019. Bill number 212, the Police Amendment Act 2020. Bill number 209, the Saskatchewan Chemical Fertilizer Incentive Act. Bill number 199, the Opiate Damages and Healthcare Cost Recovery Act. Bill number 201, the Alcohol and Gaming Regulation Amendment Act 2019. Bill number 197, the Automobile Accident Insurance Amendment Act 2019. Bill number 198, the Traffic Safety Amendment Act 2019. Bill number 210, the Income Tax Amendment Act 2020. And Bill number 211, the Provincial Sales Tax Amendment Act 2020.
In Her Majesty's name, I assent to these bills.
May it please your honor, this Legislative Assembly has voted the supplies required to enable the government to defray the expenses of the public service. In the name of the Assembly, I present to your honor Bill number 213, the Appropriation Act 2020, number 1, to which bill I respectfully request your honor's assent.
In Her Majesty's name, I thank the Legislative Assembly, accept its benevolence, and assent to this bill.
Why is the Premier on his feet?
To ask leave to move a motion regarding retiring members, Mr. Speaker.
Premier has requested leave to move a motion regarding retiring members. Is leave granted? Leave has been granted. The Premier may move his motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the members of the Assembly for allowing us some time here today to honour our retiring members. I have a few comments. They may not be very brief, I hope. They are appropriate, Mr. Speaker, and then I will move a motion to honour those members that have collectively served about 134 years, no, many more than that, 114 years on this side and a number of years on that side. Mr. Speaker, we're losing over 150 years of service in this Assembly as we head towards this election, and it's appropriate that we take some time to honour these members today, and it's my great pleasure to move this motion before this Assembly today. Mr. Speaker, I think many of us in this House would have mixed emotions on a day like today as we wrap up this session. On one hand, we have the opportunity now to go home and to enjoy a wonderful Saskatchewan summer with our family. On the other hand, we're saying goodbye to some friends and some respected colleagues in this Assembly on both sides of the House. We have 11 MLAs who have served the people of Saskatchewan with distinction for many years and are now moving on to the next chapter of their lives. Mr. Speaker, we know this Assembly can be a little partisan from time to time. We don't always see eye to eye on each and every issue. But we do keep working collectively to continue to move our province forward. And I think on both sides of the House there are people that are of goodwill who are motivated essentially by the very same thing. We all love this province. We love this province dearly. We all want to build a strong Saskatchewan that is resilient, that is inclusive in community after community across this province. Mr. Speaker, I want to take the opportunity to thank my departing colleagues across the way for their effort in building a better province of Saskatchewan, beginning with the member for Elphinstone and the member for Saskatoon Centre. Mr. Speaker, these gentlemen have served in this House for nearly 20 years. In all of those years, their commitment to this province and to their communities have never been in doubt to any of us, and neither has their civility nor their decency. Mr. Speaker, we're also saying goodbye to the member for Riversdale as well as the member for Natana. And I think this Assembly will agree with me when we say the member for Riversdale has a heart that is at least as large as the state of Texas. She's a deeply caring and compassionate person, and she has drawn on that profound empathy while carrying out her duties in this Assembly for more than a decade now. The member for Natana, meanwhile, has gone about her business with diligence and, I would say, with keen intelligence. The member is a formidable opponent in this chamber. She is a class of 2011 member like myself. She's a skilled parliamentarian. And as much as we wish her the very best in her years ahead, as much as we wish her many happy moments, which I know will involve music and playing her fiddle, I don't think anyone on this side of the House is going to miss her interrogations in question period. Mr. Speaker, there are 7 members on this side of the House that will be retiring. 2 of them, the member for the Battlefords and the member for Cutknife Turtleford, like the member for Natana, are part of the class of 2011. Greatest class ever, right, guys? Mr. Speaker, both members have made a significant contribution during their time in government. The member for the Battleford served as the Minister of Advanced Education as well as the Minister of Environment and the Minister responsible for the Water Security Agency. And as an MLA and as a minister, he sounded the alarm of the threat of zebra mussels and the threat that they pose to our provincial waterways and to our municipal systems. Mr. Speaker, the legacy of the member for the Battlefords will go far beyond what he has done even in this Assembly. His legacy will also speak about how he got things done. The Leader Post columnist Murray Mandrick wrote about this member a while ago, and I quote, "A kinder, gentler, classier soul you won't find in politics or anywhere else," about this member. Well, Mr. Speaker, Murray Mandrick got it right, and I don't say that every day. Mr. Speaker, the member for Cutknife Turtleford, he served as the Minister of Government Relations, First Nations, Métis and Northern Affairs. He also played a vital role on the executive of Penware, the Pacific Northwest Economic Region. The member was Vice President and then President of Penware. Mr. Speaker, Penware is an underappreciated organization that does a great deal to advance Canadian and American relations in this region, throughout the Midwest. And when I think about the member's time at Penware, I can't help but remember the quiet, effective diplomacy that he conducted without much fanfare, Mr. Speaker, but he conducted on the border issues that we had just over a year ago. And today, the Port of Raymond on the Montana-Saskatchewan border remains a 24-hour operation, in no small part due to the efforts of the member from Cutknife Turtleford. Thank you for that. Mr. Speaker, we also bid farewell to 3 members who demonstrated how important it is to stay connected to the communities that we all serve. 2 of these members were elected in 1999, member for Arm River and the member for Last Mountain Touchwood. Mr. Speaker, these gentlemen served ably on many legislative committees, including the Treasury Board Committee. They both did a stint as Deputy Speaker, and the members were most certainly known for providing their feedback to the centre of government for years now, and shall we say, they did that in a very direct and forthright manner. If something in this government was running off track, you could rely on these members if there was a course correction that was needed. The member for Arm River and the member for Last Mountain Touchwood, they would let us know that they would let us know early, and they would let us know often if required. You knew where they stood on every issue. That's appreciated, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member for Moose Jaw North was first elected in 2007 in what was considered an upset in that year. Few observers said that he had a chance in that election, but the member and his supporters, they knew that change was coming. Here he is. They worked their butts off, and they were rewarded with a landslide victory, 33-vote victory, as a matter of fact. The result in the next 2 elections answer the question as to whether the member for Moose Jaw North was effective as an MLA for that community. In 2011, the member was re-elected with a plurality of 1,800 votes. Again, in 2016, he returned to this Assembly with a 1,900-vote majority. Excellent work. Mr. Speaker, those results reflect an appreciation of the quality of life in Moose Jaw, and that quality of life has improved over the lifetime of the service of this member. There's a new hospital with a new MRI, a hyperbaric chamber, a new arena. There will be a new joint-use elementary school there shortly. The member for Moose Jaw, he lobbied hard for each of these projects, and he has been a relentless advocate for the community of Moose Jaw, and he should be very proud of his time in office. Mr. Speaker, after more than 13 years in this Assembly, the member for Martensville-Warman is also moving on. My mentor when I arrived here. You may appointed by the previous guy, not by choice, Mr. Speaker.
I chose you.
She chose me. You may recall the circumstances that brought this member into provincial politics. Mr. Speaker, her father was Ben Hefner, a longtime MLA and a founding member of this party, the Saskatchewan Party. Ben passed away far too soon in 2006. A few months later, the member for Martensville-Warman became the first woman in Saskatchewan history to succeed her father in the same constituency. Not long after that, a headline in the Leader Post column read, and I quote, "Another Hefner irritating the NDP." Ben would be so proud. I'm certain Ben is looking down with love and pride that day and every day since, including today. As his daughter has served in this Assembly, Mr. Speaker, she has served honorably. Mr. Speaker, the member for Martensville-Warman has had a wide range of responsibilities in this government. In Cabinet, she served in 4 portfolios: Environment, Central Services, Highways, as well as Energy and Resources. She was chair of the Public Service Commission, and she served on Treasury Board. Mr. Speaker, in every role she took as a member, every role she took on, the member never wavered in her belief that government should be efficient, should be responsive, should be accountable to the people that it serves, at home and across this province. And government should be as lean as possible. Finally, Mr. Speaker, we pay tribute to the longest-serving member in this Assembly, the member for Cannington. Mr. Speaker, the member for Cannington has sat pretty much everywhere in this House that you can sit. Government, he sat in opposition. Third party, he sat in cabinet. He sat on numerous committees, including Treasury Board. He's even sat in your chair, Mr. Speaker. He's even sat at the clerk's table. In fact, the only place in this Assembly where the member from Cannington has likely not sat is the Sergeant-at-Arms chair. And I'm sure the member actually regrets this, as a Sergeant-at-Arms is the only person in this Assembly that is allowed to carry a sidearm. And I won't comment on whether he has been the only person in this Assembly that has ever carried a sidearm, nor will the member from Cannington. Mr. Speaker, when you and I first entered this House in 2011, the member for Cannington was in your chair. And as a Speaker, he could be an intimidating presence. His glower of disapproval could set you back in your seat, and it did. It humbled you, and you quite often wondered if you would ever bother getting up again in this Assembly. Mr. Speaker, many in this Assembly have been slapped down by the member from Cannington when he was in that chair, but I learned a lot from him during those years, and I'm grateful for his mentoring. And Mr. Speaker, members on this side are grateful for this member for so much more. The member from Cannington was one of the infamous original 8, the founding members of the Saskatchewan Party. The original 8, Mr. Speaker, they were bold, they were courageous, and they quite literally changed the history. They changed the course of history in this province. Now, Mr. Speaker, the member from Cannington has never been accused of being a shrinking violet. So I went back and I checked Hansard on his maiden speech in the Assembly. It may be the longest on record. I had to look a lot of places to find it way back when. It might be the most partisan maiden speech that has ever been made on the record, which should surprise no one. The member began his career in provincial politics coming in with both guns blazing, which again would surprise no one. And he really hasn't holstered those guns in 3 decades, 29 years. Mr. Speaker, in that maiden speech in 1991, the member talked about some very important issues. They're familiar issues. He talked about agriculture, still important. He talked about energy, still important. He talked about international engagement, still very, very important. And in that speech, the member made this point when he talked about the Rafferty Dam. He told the Assembly that he represented people who fought for what they believe in, people who didn't give up easily, people who persevered. Well, Mr. Speaker, the residents of Cannington were well served by one of their own. He's a fighter. He's just like them. He never gave up, even though there were challenges throughout his life. For nearly 3 decades, Mr. Speaker, in this place, he persevered, and he represented people of Cannington, and now he leaves on his own terms with his head held very, very high. Mr. Speaker, as a token of appreciation for these retiring members, I would like to present a gift to each of them. Accordingly, so I'm able to do so, I would request that this Assembly, I would request leave to waive Rule 51P of the Rules and Procedures of the Legislative Assembly of Saskatchewan, which is at risk of having a prop in the Assembly.
The Premier has asked leave to waive the prop rule. Leave granted. Recognize the Premier.
Thank you again to the members of the Assembly and to Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the gift that I have here to present today is signed by all of the sitting MLAs on both sides. We have one for each retiring MLA. Mr. Speaker, the gift that I present, it's a framed photo of our beautiful Legislative Assembly, the building that we all work in, from the vantage point of the Walter Scott statue in the Queen Elizabeth Gardens. Walter Scott was our first Premier of Saskatchewan, as we all know, and he believed with all his heart that our province was destined for greatness, and it needed a legislature that was worthy of these ambitions. It was the most impressive legislature in the nation and is yet today. Mr. Speaker, we can be so proud. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I want to thank all of our departing colleagues once again. It's been a great honor, and it has been an enormous privilege to serve alongside each and every one of them. I want to take a moment to wish each and every one of them all the best in the future. And I'll conclude with this. A question that we ask ourselves quite frequently on this side of the House, and I'm sure they do on the other side. Did you leave things a little better than you found them? When we consider the careers of these 11 outstanding citizens and representatives, when we assess all that they have accomplished throughout these years, Mr. Speaker, I think the answer is unequivocally yes. Mr. Speaker, I would like to move the following motion, that this Assembly gives thanks to the retiring members of the Legislative Assembly of Saskatchewan for their service and dedication to the people of their constituencies and the province. So move.
The Premier has moved that this Assembly gives thanks to the retiring members of the Legislative Assembly of Saskatchewan for their service and dedication to the people of their constituencies and the province. Is the Assembly ready for the question? I recognize the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Premier for moving forward this motion and for this opportunity to give some tribute to the members who are retiring, who are not seeking re-election, and to thank them for their service to our province, service to the people of the communities that elected them, and their service to the collective effort that goes on here in this House as we have our debates back and forth, and we have this battle of ideas, and as the Premier says, at times that gets pretty heated, but there's no one in this building who isn't here with good intentions and motivations and here to serve the people of this province. And it is really moments like this where we recognize that and honor that and thank the members for their service. I want to thank the members on the opposite side who are moving on to other things and thank them for the chances we've had to interact in this place and in the halls. I won't go through all of the members. I really appreciated the Premier's description of his colleagues, but I'll give one honourable mention to the member for Martensville-Warman, who I mentioned in the hallway too yesterday. I will miss. I often refer to her as the wind beneath my wings, as I know when she starts heckling, we're into something, right? So she has some acerbic wit, and I expect we'll hear some of that in her farewell speech as well. Maybe we'll miss her a little less. I do want to spend a little bit of time with the members on my side, the member for Saskatoon-Nutana, Saskatoon Centre, Saskatoon-Riversdale, a lot of our Saskatoon caucus, and of course Regina-Elphinstone Centre. These are my friends and my mentors. I came after all of these members and have had the great opportunity to learn from them, to watch them in action, to be guided and advised, and I'm very grateful for that. And each of them there's no cookie cutter member in this House, and we can certainly say that for these four. Each of them has their own characteristics and qualities, and it's amazing to watch them in action. But they do have one shared quality, which is passion. There's no word that comes more quickly to mind than when I think about these members and what they bring into our caucus discussions, into this House, and out into the community as they speak with such passion and commitment for the members who've represented them and the people they serve. The member for Saskatoon-Nutana, the baby of the bunch, the only one elected in a general election of those who are retiring. There's a lot of by-election babies on this side of the House. And the member for Saskatoon-Nutana, it's hard not to say their names when you look in their faces and think about how you know them as friends, brings this incredible legal, procedural, precise and prosecutorial and alliterative mind to this House, and does this incredible work in committee and research, and yet also it has this wild creative side that has expressed itself through her work with Ness Creek and her music, and just such a well-rounded and wonderful person. We will deeply miss her. Member for Saskatoon Riversdale, prior to being here, is a journalist, studied social work, and is a tireless advocate. I was really pleased, in particular, when she took on the role of critic for mental health and addictions, something she feels so, and seniors as well. These are two issues that she feels so passionate about and has such personal connection that she brings from family and community to that. And when you talk to Danielle about an issue that you will never get the abbreviated version. You'll always get the full story, but it will be a full story where she knows her stuff and she means it. And I'll let the other members, mention the people in the House, but I do think when we talk about Danielle, we can't not talk about Ophelia and Hennessy, her two daughters. And they have grown up with their mom as an MLA, and that's been a huge part of their life. Some emotion there, and I think it means a lot for this family and for the member as to say goodbye to this, and to also be looking forward to a chapter where she can be a little bit closer to home and see those girls even more. So we're again grateful to her and wishing her best. The member behind me today, the member for Saskatoon Centre, has been a mentor of mine. I've known him a long time, has been my MLA for 16 years, and I've learned a ton from him. He was a teacher before he was in politics, and he continues to act as a teacher in many ways, and in particular with our caucus, often bringing us back to the long history of this place and the things he's seen happen. He served under Lauren Calvert as the Minister for Environment and Minister of Labour, and had many accomplishments in those roles. But I often think of this member as the little guy's little guy. Right? This is somebody who champions the issues that everyone else forgets. In private members' bills, connections with community organizations. He's always bringing stuff to us that is off of the side of the desk to some, but it's the core issue in someone's life, and it matters so much. And he brings that commitment to recognizing who people are and what they really need to this House, and it's never missed. He never misses that opportunity. And behind me on the other side today is the member for Regina Elphinstone Centre. Beats out this by-election baby by a few months, February of 2001. Served as a minister under Mr. Calvert as well, and has been involved with politics and with the social democratic movement since as long as I think he can remember. This is how he's grown up, and he and his family have been so connected to New Democrats, and it is incredible how through his life, I stopped by his office today and was looking at his bookshelves, and this incredible wealth of history and knowledge that he brings, and again, the word is passion, for what has gone on in this province over the years, and what this movement has been about. And he brings that sense of history, that sense of institutional memory, along with an incredible sense of humor. You've heard him in this House. He's lit you up in this House as well, members, and he can just bring the fire and bring the funny as well. And it's been such an honor to get to know him more in this role. And there are two passions that I think are worth noting for him in particular. He and his wife Teresa, they live in north central Regina. This is where Warren grew up, and the member grew up, pardon me. And his connection to that community, his knowledge block by block of who's there, what their lives are really like, is incredible. And his deep connection to First Nations community, First Nations traditions, the way he's been welcomed by community as family, is something to behold, and really something that I admire greatly. So there's a common thread of passion. There's a common thread as well of pride. Not pride that led them here. They're not here for their own aggrandizement. This is not about their legacy. And yet, because that's why they were here, because they were here in service, they walk away with pride. They walk away with so much to be proud of, such a legacy. And I'm very, once again, grateful for this opportunity to honor them and to thank all of the retiring members, and happy to join the Premier and support this motion.
Why is the Government House Leader on his feet?
Just a friendly point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Government House Leader wants to state a friendly point of order.
As opposed to the other kind, Mr. Speaker. I would ask for leave for members during their speeches to be able to refer to other members by their proper name.
Government House Leaders asked leave to use proper names. Leave granted? Leave has been granted. Well, with leave granted, I recognize the member for the Battlefords, Herb.
Thanks, Doc. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure I'm in an envious position here, not leading things off, but I guess I can't be accused of copying everybody else's speech, because I'm sure we're all going to do the same thing. We're all going to be thanking a lot of people here today. But I do plan to keep it fairly short. In fact, my learned colleague here to my left, Don Morgan by name, has suggested that my speech should be about 1 minute and 20 seconds. So you could endure that. And then he had the audacity to go on and say, and I want you to talk about me for that period of time. Now, how in heaven's name can you fill 80 seconds talking about that subject? I don't know. Anyway, seriously, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to start off by thanking the most important people. And as I'm sure a lot of us are going to have trouble with, and I do, always thanking my family. Linda has been not only, I guess, my Northern Star, guiding me through these past 9 years, but she's also been a sounding board. And kind of the first person I talked to about some of my goofy ideas and some of the things that we're considering here. And it's always great to have that reference and maybe that counsel a little bit. And I'd just like to mention the rest of my family, I guess, if for no reason, just to get them on the record, because they've all been very supportive. My eldest son, Dal, and his wife, Janelle. There are 2 kids, Kaylee and Macy, Carla and Brock, Quinn and little baby Ashton, and I'll talk more about him later on here. Calvin and Jess, Declan, Carter, and baby Kelly. Mr. Speaker, 9 years doesn't seem like a lot of time. It's flown by very quickly. And this is my opportunity to thank somebody who has kept our office up there running smooth. It's Lillian Robinson. She has been my CA right from day one, and I was fortunate enough to be able to persuade her when I left my previous place of employment to come with me. I'd worked with Lil for quite a few years then, so I knew the skill set she had. I knew she would be a great CA in our office. She's probably one of the most compassionate, caring, and concerned people I've ever met. And our office would not have been run so smoothly without Lil, so I thank her. I also thank Debbie Zag-Shepherd, my part-time CA. She's brought great assistance to Lil and has moved into that position very smoothly, and I thank her as well. And of course, I got to thank everyone who supported me through 2 elections, and I guess 3 elections, who didn't support me enough the first time, I guess, but maybe that's my own fault. But we had a great team up in the Battlefords. And as I said, I think on my first election night, there's no I in Saskatchewan Party, but there is a we. And we do this, and all of us in this room, I'm sure, would agree. We do it with a great team behind us. We don't do it on our own. So I thank them, right from Bart Wood, our president, to Al White, who's been the treasurer, and my business manager through elections, and all of our executive, and basically everyone who helped, whether they were able to help out with an hour or 20 hours, it didn't matter. I thank them all. It's very important. And finally, thanks to my constituents. Thanks for the confidence they've shown in me. Thanks for supporting me when you did. And I hope that I have served you fairly. Mr. Speaker, I mentioned 9 years isn't a lot of time, a long time, but we've seen a lot of changes, not only in this Assembly. I think we've seen, in my time here, 4 different lieutenant governors. We've seen 3 different speakers, none finer than yourself, Mr. Speaker. Two sergeants at arms. I could reference some other things, Mr. Speaker, but we'll pass on that. And 2 of the best premiers, I think, that this province and maybe this nation has ever seen. And it's been my privilege to serve under them, and I thank them for the confidence they showed in me. Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to take a minute and step aside here. I realize we don't have a whole bunch of time, so I'm not going to run into it a long time, but my father-in-law, Roger Mann, I've never had a chance to talk about him here. Probably one of the finest human beings I ever met. Very progressive farmer. Straight up kind of guy. You knew where you stood with him. Great cattleman, good horseman. Needless to say, we got along very well. And like a lot of retired farmers do after their lifetime of hard work, he and my late mother-in-law always went to Arizona for the winter. And each year, he always brought me back something. You know, that was just the kind of guy he was. Or maybe I was his favorite son-in-law. I'm not sure what it was. I had a 50-50 chance on that one. One year, he'd come back, and he brought me back a little gadget. It was in a nice little cellophane package, and he put it on the kitchen table Sunday morning, we were drinking coffee. And I said, I looked at it, and I started opening it up, and I said, thanks, Roger, but what is it? And he said, you don't know? I said, no, what is that? And he said, that's a round to it. And I said, a round to it? What's that do? Well, he said, every time I ask you if you've fixed this or put this out or done this or mowed that, you always say, I didn't get around to it. Well, now you've got one, so you've got no excuse. So I got thinking about that. And today I said I wasn't going to get too political. You know, we're doing politics differently now, I understand. But I thought about that after, and maybe he should have brought back a milk pail of round to it, because there's some things that our members opposite didn't get around to when they were in power. You know, I think about seniors' income plan that we tripled shortly after we came into power. And I'm sure they meant to do that. They just didn't get around to it. I know they intended to fix a lot of highways. But again, they just didn't get around to it. They were going to build a new hospital in North Battleford. My predecessor, Mr. Taylor, said that. I guess they just didn't get around to it. So maybe if I go to Arizona after my retirement in a few short months, I may pick up some more round to it. Anyway, back to the topic at hand. When I came here 9 years ago, and looking back, and I think we shared some of these comments last night, Mr. Premier, I think I come into this place pretty naive. Probably the oldest rookie that ever come in here, maybe, I don't know. Well, no. And I had some great colleagues, some great mentors on both sides of the floor, I think. And I've learned a lot, and I've appreciated it. But I'd just like to read in, and Premier did allude to some of the things I've done here in the last 9 years. I'd like to read in some of the duties that I have had, and I guess if for no other reason, just to show the folks back home that I haven't been a slacker when I've been down here. I've had the opportunity to be in Cabinet twice, as the Premier said. And in those portfolios, I had an opportunity to learn just a ton from two of probably the best deputy ministers that anybody could ask for, and two of the best chiefs of staff, and I see one of them up there in the top row as my guest today. Morgan, great to have you out. I couldn't have done the job that I did without the support of those chiefs and all of the staff in those offices. I've been a member of the Public Accounts Committee. I was on caucus management. I was the Ledge Secretary twice, once for First Nations, Métis Relations in Northern Sask, and once in Corrections and Policing. I was on the Highway Traffic Safety Committee, the Rural Crime Reduction Committee. I've been the provincial representative for the Pinware. I've chaired the Crown and Central Agencies Committee. I've been a member of the Human Services Committee, the Operations Committee, the Government Whip, presently back on Public Accounts, and I was also a member of the Crown Investments Board. And I'm sure all of us that are leaving this place are going to get asked questions, and I just did a radio interview this morning with our local radio station. And of course, one of the first questions they ask is, what have you enjoyed most about your job? And that was instantaneous, there's no question. It's the people I've met, the friendships I've made, friendships that are going to last the rest of my life. And that has been the best part of this job. I think back to my inaugural speech, and I can't believe it's 9 years ago, but sitting back in this corner where the chairs no longer are, and talking about whether I would ever tire of being in awe of this place, and I don't think I ever have. It's flown by, but it's been a great trip, and I wouldn't have missed it for the world. And if I can take the liberty of quoting myself back from that speech, I think I said something along the lines of something that I learned at a personal improvement seminar, was service is the rent you pay for the space you occupy. And I hope that I have provided the service that I should, and that my rent is fully paid up in this chair. And I'd just like to close, Mr. Speaker, with a quote from the poet and civil rights activist Maya Angelou. People may forget what you've said, they may even forget what you've done, but they will never forget how you made them feel. And Mr. Speaker, it's my wish that my constituents, my colleagues, and indeed citizens of this province feel, firstly, that I've been worthy of their support. Secondly, that I have made a difference while I was here, and that I cared about them, and that they feel I have helped to make this province a better place than I found it. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I would just say to you and all of my colleagues, and I see we never got our cardboard cutouts done here to have all these chairs full, but I guess we didn't get around to it. I'll just say this, Mr. Speaker. Adios, vaya con Dios.
Recognize a member for Saskatoon, Newtowner, Kathy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thanks, Herb. I definitely felt that as part of the class of 11, you made me feel welcome here, and I've always appreciated our friendship, so thanks. These are strange times, Mr. Speaker. Here we are in a pandemic, and we are closing off this legislature in the midst of a pandemic, and so it's a bit strange to see some empty chairs in here today, and I'm sorry that all our members couldn't be present on the floor to participate in our final farewell to this assembly. I was thinking back when I started, I had a lot less gray hair then than I do now, and in fact, I actually stopped coloring my hair sometime after I arrived. But I feel like every one of these gray hairs I've earned in one way or another, Mr. Speaker, and just want to have a few words to reflect on my experience of the last 9 years as well. I'm just going to start off with a very few quick thanks. I'll have an opportunity later as House Leader to complete my remarks and my thank yous. But for now, I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing our family and friends to join us today in the Assembly. I know with COVID things have been difficult, and thanks to the Ledge Assembly and the clerks and Sarge and the whole team for making sure that this building has been secured and safe during the pandemic. I want to give thanks first and foremost to my constituent, Nutana, and my constituency, Nutana, and my constituency executive, who have been supportive and strong throughout my years as an MLA, and also my campaign teams for the campaign of 2011 and the campaign of 2016. We ran successful campaigns, and I think Nutana will continue to have an NDP representative for a very, very long time, Mr. Speaker. But many thanks to all the people who stepped up to help bring me to this chair today. I want to thank the folks that have helped me in my constituency office. Unlike Herb, I've had 6 people in that chair. It's an equal employment opportunity, though. I've had 3 men and 3 women help me out with the constituency office. So I do want to thank Troy and Deb, Cody and Lee and Heather and Jamie. Heather's here today in the Assembly. And I also want to really thank Tammy Robert, who has been a researcher in my office for a couple years now and has really helped me learn how to research. She's an excellent researcher, and her insights are ones that I've learned from as well. And I know we have a couple projects coming up this summer, so we're not done yet. And we'll keep on doing that research that I was able to bring to my committee work, Mr. Speaker, and as members opposite know and my own colleagues, I did spend an awful lot of time in committee doing some of those questions. So representing many portfolios here in the official opposition as well. And I'm not going to list them all. There was quite a few over the years. But definitely appreciate the work of our caucus staff and my caucus colleagues. I've learned so much from all of you, and our staff are just phenomenal. I want to really thank them as well for making us look good, shall we say, and they certainly do a fine job of that, Mr. Speaker. And so I remember when we started, there were only 9 MLAs on this side, and we had a smaller caucus team then, and it was tough. It was hard work, and many members opposite have often commented on that about what a big workload that we have each carried here as a smaller opposition. I know that come in 2020, I'm hoping we'll be sitting on that side of the House, Mr. Speaker, but I know darn well if we don't make it that far, there'll be twice as many members here for sure, and that will make a big difference for the work that we do. So it's been a hard slug, I have to say, but a challenge that I've appreciated. I've learned so much about this province, and I think that's the biggest gift of this job. I have my Kleenex ready in case, but I feel my voice quavering. This is an amazing province, and from our vantage as MLAs, we get to see the true depth and breadth of this glorious province. And as our motto, many people's strength, we have been strengthened by so many people who have come to us with their stories, and we're inspired by them. So that is a great honor for us as MLAs to be able to do that. And I just feel the privilege of being in this chair, in this seat for 9 years has been a lifetime experience. I do want to talk a little bit about some of the things I think we should be doing better in this province, and I'm going to give you a quote from Gandhi. I know many people have used this quote before, but this is what Gandhi had to say. The true measure of any society can be found in how it treats its most vulnerable members. And Mr. Speaker, I think there are so many people in this province whose voice is not heard for many reasons, and they're not able to raise it for themselves. And I believe that is why we are here, is to raise those concerns. I want to speak a little bit about the North, and I know our members from our colleagues from the North are very eloquent about that. But when we see the difficulties they're facing these days, particularly with the number of suicides, and the suicides of young children, Mr. Speaker, like that is really heartbreaking, and I think that is a sign of our society. If we're not looking after our most vulnerable, who is more vulnerable than a young child who has lost hope. In our family, we lost a brother to suicide, so I know the impact of suicide on an individual family. He was an adult, Mr. Speaker, and he suffered greatly. But for these young children who have no hope, we have to do better. And I'm challenging the Premier, we have to do better. They need our help, they need our support, and they need to find hope. And that's something we can do as a government, Mr. Speaker. That leads me to some of the issues our First Nations face, not just in the north, but throughout the province. We see issues with poverty, we see issues with education, and of course, Mr. Speaker, we see issues with racism. We know there's systemic racism in this province, and someone mentioned earlier today that suicides don't really see geographic boundaries. I think what we're seeing in the suicide pandemic that we have, there is more of a location in the north than there is in the south. We've talked about that a lot. And I think there are some boundaries to suicides in this province. And when we see a majority of First Nations children taking their lives over non-First Nations children, there are boundaries. And those are the boundaries we need to focus on. Those are the barriers that we need to do better at. And I'm challenging this government, this opposition, and the next government to take that into account. Systemic racism, Mr. Speaker, we've seen the Black Lives Matter movement springing up in weeks previous, the missing, murdered, and Indigenous women and girls. We've seen yesterday my colleague raise a petition for ending racism and a call for a racism secretariat. And again, I challenge you, Mr. Premier Scott, to take note. These are things that mean a lot to people and that you can make a difference, you and your government, in bringing some change into some of the issues we see with systemic racism. We've heard comments over the last few weeks that this is a government that is taking rural people for granted. And I think that's true, Mr. Speaker. We see issues with rural internet. They're not on the same playing field, and particularly in a pandemic. We need to see that our rural folks have the same opportunity to conduct their business and run their lives and have their students take classes than we see with the urban centres. We've lost our transportation system for those rural communities. They've got issues in healthcare, childcare, home care, long-term care, Mr. Speaker. Those are all issues that are challenges that this government has not come fully to the table with, and I expect that when NDP forms government, those are the challenges that they will take up. That's my expectation of you guys as you carry on. Addictions, mental health. I know my colleague will speak more about that. Danielle's been a real champion. Crystal meth and opioids, just this week, more tragic losses. My best friend's son died from an overdose, fentanyl overdose, a year ago, Mr. Speaker. And it has been a tragedy for our whole community. He's gone because of an overdose. And these things need to be dealt with. And the criminals who are distributing that fentanyl, Mr. Speaker, need to be severely dealt with, in my opinion. This is my personal opinion. And also when it comes to crystal meth, it's just too easy to make, and there's too much profit in it, and the criminals are taking people's lives. It's wrong. We need a safe injection site. Please, I ask this government or whoever forms the next government to ensure that things like safe injection sites are made available, because I want to talk about Eric Parkinson, who just passed away in Saskatoon. There's a story in the news where he died from an overdose right beside a lawyer's office. And there was a videotape of him losing his life. Following that, people going through his pockets and stealing his bicycle. That's the end that Eric faced. And if he had had opportunity to have a safe injection site, that might have been a very different ending, Mr. Speaker. So we need to look at that. And it's not a huge investment. AIDS Saskatoon is ready and willing. And Mr. Premier Scott, I ask you to take that to your caucus now. And whoever forms the next government, I beg that you consider that. Seniors, we've got long-term care, the issues that Danielle has raised, and I know she will in her speech. Carla, our critic for education, has raised many of the issues with very crowded and complex classrooms with a pandemic to boot. And just a couple more comments, Mr. Speaker, on what I would call Sask Party fails. And I've talked about them a lot here in the Assembly, so members will not be surprised to hear me raise them here today. But first of all, the carbon capture and sequestration plant at Boundary Dam is currently operating at 60% of its capacity. This is something I found out in committee. It was intended to take 100,000 tons of carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere. It's only taking 600,000 tons a year, and according to SAS Power, that's the business case. So they have no intention of ever fully running that very, very expensive experiment, Mr. Speaker. The GTH, I could not leave this assembly without talking a little bit about the GTH, the Global Transportation Hub. Last year, they budgeted land sales for $7.6 million, and the total amount that they sold was zero, Mr. Speaker. This is the only thing that's constant out at the GTH, is the fact that they are unable to sell land. And last I checked, we haven't seen the last year's fiscal annual report, but in 18-19 they had a $4 million deficit, and they were in debt up to $44 million, Mr. Speaker. I'll look next week when the annual report comes out for last year. I don't think they've sold $6 or $7 million of land, Mr. Speaker, and this is an expensive, expensive failure that has now caused us to invest in the West Bypass, Mr. Speaker, which is several $100 million of pavement and fancy overpasses, Mr. Speaker. I drove in on the West Bypass yesterday morning when I came here, coming from Saskatoon along the northern edge of the West Bypass. For the 10 kilometers that I drove, I saw 12 vehicles, Mr. Speaker. On Highway 11, there were dozens and dozens of vehicles at the same time. So it's an underused, and I think the West Bypass is something that I expect our party to continue to talk about, because that is the piece that is serving the GTH. So together, I think that's one of the biggest failures of this government. I can't get by, though, without mentioning the environment and climate change, Mr. Speaker, and where I see there's a lot of failures on the part of this government. They've had lots of ample time to reduce the emissions of the people, the emissions that we produce in this province. Solar is basically non-existent right now in this province, Mr. Speaker, except for people who pay for their own panels. There's definitely, wind has not come on stream nearly quickly enough. We haven't engaged in biomass. And some other environmental issues I want to mention is the clear cutting at the Ness Creek area, Mr. Speaker, and I've introduced a petition to that effect. This is an area of the forest that I'm hoping the government will see the utility of using as a community-based forest, and I just want to mention that. I think we have also not dealt with biodiversity. We're losing our biodiversity very quickly in this province, and when I think about the grasslands, the parklands, and the boreal forest, those are all things that we need to pay more attention to, Mr. Speaker, especially as we lose biodiversity. And as I think many people know, I came to this chamber with environmental concerns, and I've left with more. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm concerned about our future. In terms of this government's ability to manage our finances, I can tell you that in the years that I've been here, pre-COVID, they actually tripled the debt, despite the best times in this province. There are absolutely no savings, Mr. Speaker. They've spent every penny and more. And their passion for P3s, I think, have led us down a road that will leave us in debt for 30 years and plus, Mr. Speaker. So that's the legacy of this government, Mr. Speaker. And of course, I can't leave without mentioning the failure or the withdrawal of the film employment tax credit, and how this was a particular singular vendetta by this government against the film industry in this province, one I've never understood. And we have a soundstage, Mr. Speaker, that's silent, and I think this is something that I know as an NDP government we will reintroduce, get that film industry back in Saskatchewan, have that pride of place that we lost when that decision was made. I just have one more sort of political thing to mention before I just have a few closing remarks, Mr. Speaker. But one of the things, and this is my own personal view, it does not reflect the view of my colleagues entirely, but it's the use of the daily opening prayer here in the Assembly, Mr. Speaker. And we've done some research on it, and actually there is a typo in the prayer that we currently use. It's not supposed to say, present us, O Lord, it's supposed to say, prevent us, O Lord. That was the original prayer. I think somebody thought that was wrong back in the day, but actually prevent is another word for guide us. So that is the word that should be used if the Speaker decides to continue using that prayer. But I feel that it is a very archaic form of prayer, Mr. Speaker, and I feel that at a time when other provinces have modernized the prayer that we use here in this Assembly every day when we open, they've changed it and they've modernized it. And we also have a Supreme Court of Canada case that talks about the role of the state's neutrality. We have many religions represented, from many people's strength that represents many religions. For myself, I am, I guess I would say, non-believing or an atheist, Mr. Speaker, and so I want my views to be able to be reflected as well, and I'm not sure that that what we have currently reflects that. So I just want to leave you with a quote from the Supreme Court of Canada's case, Le Mouvement laïque québécois contre Saguenay, and this is from 2015. Here's what the Supreme Court said. The state's duty of religious neutrality results from an evolving interpretation of freedom of conscience and religion. The evolution of Canadian society has given rise to a concept of this neutrality, according to which the state must not interfere in religion and beliefs. The state must instead remain neutral in this regard, which means that it must neither favor nor hinder any particular belief, and the same holds true for non-belief. The pursuit of the ideal of a free and democratic society requires the state to encourage everyone to participate freely in public life, regardless of their beliefs. A neutral public space free from coercion, pressure, and judgment on the part of public authorities in matters of spirituality is intended to protect every person's freedom and dignity, and it helps preserve and promote the multicultural nature of Canadian society. The state's duty to protect every person's freedom of conscience and religion means that it may not use its powers in such a way as to promote the participation of certain believers or non-believers in public life to the detriment of others. If the state adheres to a form of religious expression under the guise of cultural or historical reality or heritage, it breaches its duty of neutrality. Mr. Speaker, I'll leave it there, but I do encourage members to read that decision. There's a lot more in there that I think is very important for people to consider. Bon, maintenant, je voudrais dire quelques mots en français parce que c'est la langue de ma mère. Je suis fière française et je voudrais dire bonjour à ma nièce Audrey qui habite maintenant en Paris, France. Elle est violoniste professionnelle et nous sommes très fiers de Audrey's work et puis her immense talent. I can't speak French for too long. I lose it, Mr. Speaker. But I do want to give a shout out to the French community here in Saskatchewan. Ma mère était un Bellecourt et mon grand-père est un pharmacien qui est venu en Saskatchewan en 1916. He was a pharmacist, a professional that came to La Flèche to practice, and his brother, Louis-Émile Bellecourt, was also a doctor. They were pioneers of the community. On my dad's side, of course, was the farming community. So we were kind of mongrels a little bit. And, you know, we had a Protestant dad and a Catholic mom and all of that French and English stuff. So we got to see most of that growing up. And I'm very proud of my French heritage. I was proud to be the president of the Association des parlementaires de la francophonie for several years. And I do hope that this is something that is reinstated when the new government is formed. I think it's a very important group to be connected with, Mr. Speaker. Other people that are here with me today, my brother David is here. He is the inheritor, I guess, of the farm, along with my brother Garth. David just retired a few years ago, but he kept his cattle because, again, in his family, his wife came from cattle country down in Wood Mountain, and so she brought that to the mix, and he's now given up on the grain, I think, but he's definitely got the cattle still going, and he's a community person, Mr. Speaker, much like our parents were. He's now the Reeve of the RM of Wood River, number 74, and I know he served on council for the RM, and again, I think that reflects the cooperative values that I was raised under. he worked also for the credit union in Glentworth, was manager there for many years, and I worked for the credit union briefly. These are important institutions in our family. The co-op, the credit union, the weed pool, the weed board, the list is long. My dad had a machinery co-op, and so those are the values that I grew up with, and those are the values I think that our party reflects, and I'm very proud of our family's history and heritage and also of our parties in that way. Now, to move to the next generation, Mr. Speaker, I'm almost done, I promise. I have my son Zach here today. I have to say Zach is probably the most well-read person that I know. He's a voracious reader. He reads history, he reads modern history and politics. He tells me I'm not woke because I don't listen to podcasts enough, but you know, I think that's a generational thing maybe too, Mr. Speaker. But he's one of those of his generation who's absolutely dedicated to making our planet safer and healthier, and I feel in many ways that our generation has failed his. We're leaving them with a mess, and he's not too happy about that sometimes, but he challenges me and helps me think to the future as well. Finally, my friend Heather is here, and she represents my friendship world, my love of music. Heather and I have been playing music and singing for 30+ years now. And when I decided to take up the fiddle, I said, come on, Heather, and she took up the fiddle, Mr. Speaker. So I think that part of my life has kept me sane because it brings so much joy. This is not always a joyful place to be, Mr. Speaker, as I think most members can well imagine. And so having that balance in our life, I think, is really important. And I've been very fortunate to have music and friends like Heather to help me through those times. So, Mr. Speaker, just in closing, I am so honored to have represented Newtowna here in the Assembly for 9 years. I've always said Newtowna is a AAA riding. We have activists, we have artists, and we have academics. Sometimes they're all one person. But there's an incredible, incredible group of people that live there, and I'm so proud to call it home. I'm so proud to be a member of the Saskatchewan New Democratic Party and what it stands for. And we've talked about this lots, but we do put people first, Mr. Speaker. That's first and foremost. And we talk about priorities. Our leaders talked about priorities. That's where I think I came to be here, and I will continue that, and I know our party will continue to do that as well. I look forward to what the future may hold for all of us, and I'm looking forward to my future, Mr. Speaker, and I'm especially looking forward to an NDP government here in the House in October of 2020. So everybody stay safe, and we'll see you next time around.
There's a member for Cut Knife, Turtleford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin today, I'm not going to get political at all. I was very fortunate to have the late Ben Hepner and the late Yogi Hugaber tell me everything about the NDP, so I don't need to go any further. I got it all. So, first of all, I'd like to thank my constituents of Cut Knife Turtleford. They have their support has been unbelievable. First election, we gathered 64% of the vote, and then our second go-around, we were 80%. So they are. I've been honored. It's been very humbling to support them and bring their concerns to this legislature. Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to just acknowledge campaign teams. You know, it's a big thing, as we all know, when we get into those campaigns and those teams putting people together. In my 2011 campaign, I also had a campaign that didn't go so well. That was in 03, but it might have been my my campaign manager, Herb Cox, might have had something to do with that. Anyway, the 2011 one went pretty well. We had roughly 120 volunteers. So we had everything covered, and it worked very well. And they stayed with us through the second campaign in 2016. So I want to thank all of them. I'm not going to start naming names because I know I'll miss somebody, so thank them very much. The staff in this building and all the ministries, I want to thank you for all your support with my CAs and myself in obtaining information. We've never had a hurdle. We've always been looked after. So I want to thank you very much. As the Premier said, I did a stint with Penwar here since 2013, 7 years, and the Trade and Export Division of the Ministry, I have to say two names, Renata and Lisa, have been outstanding in keeping me informed and on schedule with all my Penwar duties, and it went very well. And with Penwar, I would like to say that, as the Premier said, it is an organization that I hope government stays with. The Pacific Northwest is very important for trade, and we need it. And I believe that Penwar's efforts on COOL, on cross-border trade, on cybersecurity, transportation, the list goes on, and I hope that we stay supportive of that. Mr. Speaker, today in the West Gallery, I have three lovely ladies here. I have my darling wife, Valerie. I have my CA, Cheryl Hume, and our assistant CA, Maureen Perrin. I want to talk about Cheryl first of all. Cheryl was my predecessor, Mike Chisholm's CA, so she had 8 years with Mike and going on 9 years with me, and I tell you, I could not do this job without her. She is extremely passionate about her job. She has made very good contacts within the ministries. She gets great responses. We get back to everybody. Maureen joined us in 2013 once I had Penwar duties, maybe 2012. So she's been here for a while too. I knew Maureen before from her position at the WIRA, the Solid Waste Management Facility at Lashburn. So these two ladies have done an unbelievable job, and as my Penwar duties expanded and the amount of emails and you name it, and meetings and everything that I had to do, they kept me organized and got me through that. And I think we did all right. The summit in Saskatoon, I think, was a huge success, and I owe everything to them, and the constituents thank them. They've just been dedicated 100% and have never left a call. We get back to everyone, and it may not be the answer they want to hear, but we do correspond with everyone. Now, my bride of 41 years, went with her 9 years before we got married, so we're just ticking off 50 years here of wedded bliss, I guess you would call it. I don't know. But it has been a marathon, and I'll tell you, she deserves a medal, I'll tell you, because at the end of this session will be 30 years of municipal and provincial politics for me. And we all know as politicians the importance of family and the family events and things that you miss, you're late for or whatever because of meetings, because of commitments. I could not have done this at all without Valerie. There's been some ups and downs with health, and she's been there to bring me through, so I truly appreciate it. And the people of Cut Knife Turtleford know her as much as they know me, because I made a promise to her that I would keep her involved in everything that I did as an MLA, and so she has attended as many functions as me, and I think it's extremely important, and I urge all members to do that if you can. I think getting back to Penwar, I think this Penwar organization is extremely important in making Saskatchewan visible, not only to our neighbors of Alberta and BC and the Yukon and the territories, but to all those northern states where we have lots of cross-border trade, our goods that go across every day. And so I'll say it one more time, I hope that we stay a member of that, and I hope the person that replaces me gets deeply involved in it, because it is very, very important. Mr. Speaker, there's a couple things here I won't miss. I've got a little bit of time here, I'll say it, and that's some cliche sayings that actually give me nightmares sometimes. My good friend, my roommate, my colleague from Moose Jaw, and his famous line, "What are you talking about?" I don't think I'm going to miss that. As much as I understand what he's saying, I don't, or what are you talking about? But, Mr. Speaker, the one that haunts me to this day, and hopefully it'll end here, is my good friend Buckley. And Buckley has one line. He's got many lines, but he's got one that sticks with me forever, and that's "don't mess it up." Just don't mess it up. I could go on. There's many more, but I appreciate, and I also appreciate Buckley's friendship that we've had through here. We jab each other lots and everything, but it is a good friendship, and I thank him for that. Sometimes my colleagues will say things to me about he's going on and on and on. I think you have to admire anybody that can jump first one up on every bill and speak the House out. So, it takes a lot of work, and I appreciate that for him. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I just want to say that nobody in this building is entitled to be here. You are put here by your constituents. You are here to represent them. Private agendas, personal agendas don't belong here. If they coincide with what your constituents want, then yes. But that is not why we are here. And I believe in good debate makes for good decisions. I would close out by saying that, well, I should say one more thing about the Speaker, but he's gone. And I just wanted to talk about his passion for the archives, his vast knowledge of cattle and the cattle business, but more importantly, his input that we had on the crime committee when it comes to the criminal justice system and our troubled youth. He had a great deal of input on that, and I think some of our decisions that we made at the end were because of his involvement. So I thank him very much for that. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I would say that to all my members, listen to learn, not to respond, and it's been an honor to be here.
I recognize the member from Moose Jaw North.
Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's difficult to express the appreciation for the opportunity to serve in this House. I'd like to acknowledge my family, that my wife Debbie and our 4 children, I'll introduce them a little bit more later, but they were able to join us today. But when it comes to leaving here, like, what do you say when it's over? There's so many feelings, so many sentiments that come to mind. And I know some of my colleagues will say, "What are you talking about?" And I'll try and tell a little bit of what I'm talking about. What do you say to the thousands of people that have influenced you, not only in this career, but in careers leading up to, but especially in politics? The volunteers, the members that have come out and supported you. It's hard to say thank you in a way that has the meaning that really needs to be there to express that kind of appreciation. The leading, the building, the businesses, the industry that we're all involved with by being here, the assisting of those that are less fortunate, and looking after the environment and the general concerns of what is now this growing province. So there are thousands of voters, and there's volunteers. And I remember walking up the steps of this legislature for the very first time with that humbleness and that pride that you've been selected to represent the people of your constituency in governing this province and moving it forward and growing it. And I think we've done a good job. That first election, and the Premier mentioned, we won by the smallest majorities in the province, 33 votes. That was one thing that I was kind of proud of, and at the start that I wasn't sure whether we win, whether there was going to be a recount, but it ended up winning at 33 votes, and it became my favorite number. 33 was my favorite number. And some of my union friends reminded me that that was their favorite number too. Well, in the 11 number, we won by 1,800 votes, and we improved it even on that in the 16. So where this favorite number is for them, I don't know, but I certainly come back to the appreciation of those people that came out and supported and worked for me. And I know it's not right to mention anybody in particular, and I hate to do that because you're certainly going to miss somebody. But there was an elderly lady. She was a retired school teacher and had the spit and fire of a real fire engine. Her name was Ray McIver. Ray came out and tried to convince me to run in the first place. And then when I got the nomination, she was there to door knock. And generally, you try and get people to go door knocking in couples, but not Ray. She was on her own time and just worked from early morning till late at night. And she wouldn't walk from door to door. She sprinted and was just so delighted with her Christian values that we had a political party that would govern the province with some foresight and looking forward and move this province forward. Well, Ray McIver died earlier this year. We sent out our condolences to her husband, Gord, and her family. But just this was one person that was very inspirational in the whole constituency of Moose Jaw North, and I wanted to just recognize her for that. And what do you say to the rest of this team of thinkers and growers and enthusiasts that wanted the most for this province? What do you say when thank you just doesn't seem to fit? We've got so much in this province, and on several occasions I've had the opportunity to talk. I've always mentioned about the amenities. Almost half of the agricultural land in Canada is in our province. We've got the world's largest potash, the world's largest uranium. We've got gas and oil and coal, and I'll mention coal because I think we've developed a system that we can clean it up and use it as a vital energy source. We've got the people, the integrity of the people, the ingenuity of the people. When I was the lead secretary of manufacturing and talking to some of the manufacturers, it is inspiring the way they've came across an issue that needed some attention, a problem they had, and they would work it out and develop it, and eventually became world exporters in farm machinery that go all over North America, Australia, and into Europe. These are the kind of people we've got here. So how do you thank them for what they've done? What can you say that really tells what the feeling that we have for them and the pride that we've got? I know just back in the 2007 election, just after that, and the cabinet was made, and I wasn't named to the cabinet, and my opponent, who was on the opposition side at that time in Moose Jaw, had a statement in the paper that said Moose Jaw was shunned because they've always had two cabinets, at least a cabinet minister, but generally two cabinet ministers in the city, and this new government has shunned the people of Moose Jaw. So the Times Herald reporter phoned me and said, Warren, did you want to respond to that at all? And I said, well, what I would say is, yes, Moose Jaw was shunned by two cabinet ministers and a premier of that time that didn't do anything for the city of Moose Jaw. But Mr. Speaker, I'll correct that. They did build a casino. We got a casino in that 16 years. But when I look back at our history in the last 13 years, and the advances we've made in Moose Jaw are quite astounding. In fact, I could almost feel a little guilty because of the things that we've got while this government has been in power without a cabinet minister there. When I look at the Yara Centre, this beautiful indoor track and the soccer venue. When I look at Mosaic Place, the home of our Warriors now, a beautiful stadium. And the Moose Jaw Curling Centre, where the Scott Tournament of Hearts took place just earlier this year. Those are great things, besides the new social housing that we've had and the increase in the daycare centres. But most of all, I think the hyperbaric chamber in the new hospital, the F.H. Wigmore Hospital. It wasn't even on the radar of the former government. We built a brand new hospital, with a hyperbaric chamber and with the MRI, as the Premier alluded to. What a great emphasis, and it serves the community and all the surrounding community in the southern part of central Saskatchewan. So thank you for that. But like I said, it wasn't even on the radar of the former government. They were used to closing hospitals and closing schools. And in fact, the Ross School building is a majestic building that sits right in the heart of Moose Jaw North. It's now a business center. It's not utilized to its capacity, of course, but unfortunately, but it was closed just prior to the 2007 election. So I believe I can speak very prominently on behalf of the citizens of Moose Jaw with the appreciation of the efforts and improvements that have been made by Moose Jaw from my colleagues and the decisions on this side. There's more to be done, absolutely. There's always more things to be done, and I know that the Ministry of Highways is working with the city about one of the questionable intersections on the Trans-Canada Highway. But we've made some improvements there, slowing down traffic and eliminating a lot of the accidents that have been there. What do you say with the outstanding leadership we've had with the former Premier Wall and our Premier Moe now that have really brought this group together and had a vision for a province that can be so much more than it was, and it is growing, and we've made big investments and improvements in a variety of healthcare and highways, social programs. There's so much more, and it's from the women and men on this side of the House that have really inspired each other and worked toward those common goals. So what do you say? How do you say thank you to all this? Well, I'm going to say that first and foremost, the thanks goes to God, who gave us such a great province and the great people that are here. And I don't think we do give enough credit, and I appreciate the words on the prayer, but I think it should be more reverence, and we should refer to that more often because it is where all things come from. Also, thank those people that worked for me, supported me in the campaigns and the ballot box, over 4,000 of them. And if I could thank them personally, I would certainly love to. It's really not going to be that easy to do. But and then the constituency associations and your boards, the executive members that have come out and volunteered their time and helped promote the goodness of this party and this government and moved ahead. Our constituency assistants, and like my colleague mentioned, we couldn't do much without them. And I mentioned Denise Arnold, who joined me in 2007 and found the office and set it up, was very well at organizing. Judy Hatfield took over from her after the first term. Judy is very good in casework and handling people and welcoming them in and finding the problems and following up them. The other talent she really has, and it's totally a volunteer, is on High Street. We've got nice big windows, and she'll put murals on the windows. If anybody went past the office in the just this last week, you'd have seen a beautiful Canada Day with the flag and Happy Birthday Canada and the flares. She's done it for Thanksgiving. She's done it Remembrance Day. When the Scott Tournament's Heart, she had a nice little cartoon of Marge Simpson throwing a rock. So she's very talented there, and I certainly appreciate the talent she brings to the office. And Rosalie Boots is our part-time. Rosalie has got quite a flair for organizing herself and for writing. So she does sets up the columns that we put in the Express each week. And Mr. Speaker, as I wind things down a little bit, most important is my family. And we couldn't be here without our family, and they do make sacrifices. And I'm very blessed to have my family with me today in the West Gallery. My oldest son, Paul was working in the Caymans, and he actually came back to hear this speech, so COVID had nothing to do with it. Paul is just there with Michael, his son, Michael is just a wonderful baby, hardly ever cries or fusses at all, but we thought it might be fitting that if, in fact, that it does happen that he starts whining and crying a little bit, if he's on that side, he would just fit in. It wouldn't really matter. So. And I got my other son, Brent, and I will mention Brent is very politically inclined. He's a teacher. Him and his wife, Carmen, live in Shaunavon with their children, Josiah, Isaiah, and Malachi. Brent is quite keen on politics, and he's not a real athletic person, but he told me once, Dad, anytime you want to go door knocking, just let me know, I'm with you. So I wouldn't be surprised at some point in time he'll be on this side of the House, and I appreciate his support. And then my oldest daughter, Krista, lives in Moose Jaw. Krista has a son, Taylor. Taylor is not in the province right now. There was some mental health issues that we couldn't address here, and he's had to have a residence for a short time out of the province, and it makes me appreciate that the commitment that this government has done toward improvements to the mental health, and especially in that 16-18 range. So I look forward to that, and we obviously our hearts and prayers are with Taylor. And then there's my other daughter, Kimberly, who's married to Colin Young, an entrepreneur in Moose Jaw, and their children, Jacob, Lillian, and William. So families, like we all know, do quite a sacrifice, and I appreciate that. But most of all is my wife, Debbie, who is right there in a variety of careers as I come this circle. And I never expected her to be out door knocking with us, but she was right up there helping in every step of the way. And it's a little nervy sometimes because you always try to go out with somebody, and if somebody else was there, well, Debbie would go on her own, and but that's the kind of commitment she made, and I just really appreciate her support, and most of all her patience, attending a lot of the events, a lot of the plans where we go, and some of those surprising events where, well, I think it's happened to all of us. Well, I'm sure I told you about that, but she's been there. So it is with great respect that I represented the constituency of Moose Jaw North in the past 13 years, and as well as the city of Moose Jaw. And it's been an honor to serve with the members of this legislature for these past 13 years. On this, my last presentation in the Assembly, to the people of the province and to the gracious citizens of Moose Jaw North, I express my pride and my appreciation, my gratitude, and my thanks. God bless this province. God bless and guide the women and men who enter the doors into the Saskatchewan Assembly. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Saskatoon-Riversdale.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'm going to start out by acknowledging the obvious. I might be going for the trifecta of tears here today, which would be me crying in my last words to my constituency executive, me crying in committee, saying goodbye to folks in committee a couple weeks ago, and perhaps here today. And I know there's a few bets riding on this, but I am going to do my very best to not have that trifecta of tears, or perhaps I come from a hockey family, a hat trick of tears. We're going to just go for two, but if I start talking about my children, Mr. Deputy Speaker, there's no guarantees on that. I'm going to start with some thank yous, and we've only been given a short time, and to be honest, saying thank you to me is like the time will be mostly saying thank you and clearing my throat, it seems. But I'm going to start by thanking my constituency assistants over the years who've worked so hard for the people of Saskatoon-Riversdale and on my behalf. I've had several assistants over the years, and I've mentioned many of them here in this House, but Today I have Judy and Jason who work in my office, the combination of much experience and knowledge and tenacity, and in Judy and in Jason, a fresh set of eyes, enthusiasm, and a lot of passion. So they have served the people of Saskatoon-Riversdale very well on my behalf. Our caucus staff, who do such great work in a demanding, fast-paced, and often unforgiving environment. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to give a special shout out to Cheryl, who really runs the whole operation, Mr. Speaker. I know we have a leader of the opposition, but Cheryl, who has been here for far longer than I have, Mr. Speaker, she does an amazing job in helping hold us together as a caucus. My colleagues, not going for the trifecta here, my colleagues, it's been such an honor to serve with amazing people so committed to serving and raising issues that don't often get raised, being the voice for the most vulnerable. I couldn't ask to be part of a more entertaining group of people in our caucus, but also more committed to doing better and doing better for the people of Saskatchewan. It has been such a privilege and honor to be part of this NDP opposition caucus. It started at 20 when I was elected, and at one point there were 9 of us. Kathy and I, the member from Newtana, were the Women's Caucus, and it's so great to see that grow, Mr. Speaker. I feel so honored to be part of a team pulling in the same direction for really good ends. Legislative Assembly staff, there's a lot of you to name, whether from the cafeteria, Linda, who always makes sure that I know what the vegetarian offerings are, Mr. Speaker, library staff, who do all the work to make sure we have good information or research for us, but also are very forgiving with my long overdue books, Mr. Speaker, our Sergeant at Arms and his team. Committees branch, I've had the privilege of doing quite a lot of committee work, actually, Mr. Deputy Speaker, some of it with you. Committees branch, Kathy, Rob, and Stacey, I want to give you a special shout out. Aside from making sure we have all that we need in a professional capacity, just the extra care and attention they have given to make sure that we do our jobs well, and even there may have even been a mascara provided to me one day as I was chairing a committee and left my makeup in Saskatoon. So that is definitely over and above the call of duty. Legal services, the help of Ken Ring when it comes to drafting bills or helping with leases for our constituency offices. There's so many people who work in this building, and I remember my orientation. And I was struck at that orientation, Mr. Speaker, with the professionalism and the commitment to this legislature and to democracy, really, and for making sure you do that work in a way that is nonpartisan but supporting both sides of the House to make sure we do our jobs well and serve the people of Saskatchewan. I want to thank the media, although haven't always loved our conversations at times, or being in the middle of a scrum, and don't always love what gets printed or on the news. You're always fair, and it's not an easy job to take complex issues and try to distill them for the public. So thank you to the media, a really important part of our democracy here. Saskatoon-Riversdale, the folks who put their faith in me 3 times to be their voice in this place. That is the hugest honor one could imagine. The many people who you've seen here in this legislature who connect with us as MLAs, who share some of their rawest, most painful moments so other people don't have to go through them, Mr. Speaker. Those are never easy conversations to have with folks, but I'm grateful for all those people who are willing to put themselves out there to try to help affect change. I'm thinking in particular, there's been many people who've come before this legislature, but I'm thinking of a year and a half ago, mums every week of the fall 2018 legislative session who had children impacted by the addictions crisis, Mr. Speaker, and I credit them with pushing this government to up their game a little bit in last budget in 2019. Mr. Speaker. My mom and dad. My mom couldn't be here today. She really wanted to be here, and I think she's tuning in. And I lost my dad this past fall. I want to thank them for both being an inspiration to me, for both of their work in community. They were so committed to improving things in their own communities. They were also very involved in partisan New Democrat politics. I come by my good lefty roots, honestly. Mr. Deputy Speaker, that said, not everybody, not all the 7 kids are New Democrats, but the smart ones are. My mom and dad, like I said, huge inspiration into politics, but also have been a huge support. Both my kids have had such an opportunity to spend lots of time with Grandma and Gramps prior to politics for Hennessy, but especially during politics. I've always lived in close proximity to my parents, and even though they were beginning to struggle as they got a little bit older, they were always there. Grandma's special snack of Ritz crackers and chocolate chips after school for both my kids. My sister Michelle, who's rarely in the gallery, who is hugely important to me. She's a big sister, there is no doubt, and we're not always on the same page. But Michelle, from the get-go, from the day I told her I wanted to run for the nomination, I can't say she was fully on board on day one. She said, I won't use the word that she used, but she was wondering what the heck I would be doing thinking about that with a 1-year-old, and why did I have rocks in my head. But by day 2, she was out on the doorstep in the community that we grew up in, knocking on doors with me to sell memberships and to get people on board to support me in that endeavor, and then on the doorstep during elections. And even more importantly, Mr. Speaker, she's like a mom, another mom to both my kids. Probably a more fun mom than I am at times, although it's a bit harder to be a fun mom when you're, or a fun auntie when you also are doing double duty with being second mom. My kids, Hennessy and Ophelia. My very good kids. I reread my maiden speech. Hennessy was in grade 6 when I was elected, so almost the same age as Ophelia. And I noticed she was already a really great public speaker and so filled with passion and compassion. So I'm just saying I'm using this part of the speech to be a bit braggy because I am so proud of these kids who've turned into really wonderful human beings despite my absence, Mr. Speaker. Or maybe it was because of it, who knows. But Hennessy continues on having that incredible compassion and passion. That hasn't changed. She just finished a Bachelor of Science at McGill and will be heading to King's College in London to do a Master's in Global Health, and I'm so incredibly proud of her and the things that I know she will go on to do, Mr. Speaker. Ophelia was 1 when I was elected, so it's been a long haul, Mr. Speaker. This is not an easy job when you have young kids. Ophelia, I said in that speech, I talked about her zest for life and her easygoing personality. Ophelia has been a real trooper. This whole time, she is still has that zest for life, and she has the confounding ability to both make me so grumpy and make me laugh at the same time, Mr. Speaker. She is such a joy and is hilarious and is an amazing singer. You should ask her sometime to sing one of her favorite songs, Dead Mum from Beetlejuice. She happens to really be fond of musicals. And had hoped actually that we'd get to go to New York at some point to see Beetlejuice, but that isn't going to happen anytime too soon, I think, in the middle of a pandemic, Mr. Speaker. So the member from Saskatoon Centre, my good friend David Forbes, who has been the adjacent MLA for my career and has been a mentor before I ran, he offered some wisdom and said I should write down all my thank yous so I don't forget everybody or anybody, but I have a terrible feeling that I have forgotten someone somewhere along the lines. So if I have forgotten you, please know that I see you, and you are important, and you have been a really big part of making this job easier for me. So, one thing, I'm hoping you'll indulge me a little bit past thank yous and clearing my throat, to put just a few things on the record about things that have changed over time and a few highlights and lowlights of my time in this place. Reflecting back on that 11 years, one thing that has changed since that time, and make no mistake, it has been by design, is the number of women in our caucus. I'm so incredibly proud to be the first caucus in Saskatchewan history to reach gender parity, and that was completely done by design, Mr. Speaker. Our former leaders, Cam Broughton, Trent Weatherspoon, Nicole Sarr, and now Ryan Miley have been very committed to this. And it's not just about saying we need to elect more women. It is about doing the hard work, going out in community. When you meet these amazing women, tapping them on the shoulder and suggesting to them, hey, you should think about politics, and then continuing to have those conversations. Our leaders have been exceptional in making sure that our caucus and eventually this place will be more reflective of the people of this province, which will have an impact on decisions that are made. It's important. It's not just about electing a more diverse and inclusionary caucus or government because it's a nice thing to do. It is the right thing to do. It is better for public policy to make sure that that all voices and perspectives are at the table, Mr. Speaker. And I can tell you, in my time in this caucus, I've always had great male colleagues, but in the many iterations of our caucus since I've been here, it has been different, Mr. Speaker, as we've elected a more gender-balanced caucus. It impacts the discussions we have at caucus table, how we have those discussions, and what we bring forward, Mr. Speaker. So I'm very proud, and I'm very sorry that I won't get to be part of this next caucus, which we already have amazing candidates, Mr. Speaker, and it makes me sad that I won't get to be here to support them, but I will just be a phone call away. Part of electing more women has been about making rule changes and making it easier so we can keep electing a more diverse group of MLAs, including more women. We didn't have parental leave. Nicole Sarr had to write her own, basically with the cooperation of government, which is greatly appreciated, but there was no acknowledgement of caregiving responsibilities in this place. We didn't even have a change table, Mr. Speaker. You walk into this building, and for all intents and purposes, when I arrived here, you check your caregiving responsibilities, which doesn't send a very good message to MLAs, to staff who work in this building, or to the people in the general public, because the fact is, the majority of people are balancing work and family, Mr. Speaker, and we have to make sure we model that here and make it as easy as possible to get those diverse voices in this place. And that is one of the biggest reasons why I'm leaving, Mr. Speaker, is the work and family challenges. And I miss my kids. It's been a long haul. But we all need to be committed to making sure that we acknowledge that we have work and family responsibilities, whether it's for children or for our elders, Mr. Speaker. Some of the highlights of my legislative career, I've loved working on committee, Mr. Speaker. I've had the opportunity to serve on 2 special committees. Actually, Herb mentioned the Traffic Safety Committee. It was such a pleasure to get an opportunity to work with him on that particular committee. And my colleague Doyle and I wrote a minority opinion in 2013 on traffic safety and kept slogging away for the next 3 years. We thought government was ignoring a really key recommendation that witnesses and evidence was pointing us to. So I was really proud at the end of 2016 that the government finally adopted this particular measure, Mr. Speaker. I've had the privilege of being on the Organ Donation Committee, a committee whose goal was to try to figure out how we could increase donor rates here in Saskatchewan. And again, it's not that I'm a contrarian, Mr. Speaker, but we wrote a minority opinion and felt government members were not listening to the evidence before us, and I was super proud when that actually showed up in the need to hire donor physicians who are the linchpin of an effective organ donation system showed up in the throne speech, and we've since hired about 3/4 position of an organ donation physician. And I ran into one of the presenting witnesses who works in a physician who works in this regard, Mr. Speaker, and he said our donation rates, he was so pleased to see them going up. I've had the opportunity to bring forward a private member's bill changing WCB legislation, making PTSD a presumptive illness under that legislation. So if you've experienced a traumatic event on the job and have a subsequent diagnosis, so that you would be presumed the tragic or traumatic incident would be seen to have caused that, Mr. Speaker, to try to make it easier for folks to access mental health care. I was pleased after a lot of hard work with first responder communities and others in Saskatchewan that the government, in essence, took that bill over and passed it. As MLAs, especially in a small caucus, you're a generalist. You learn so much on this job, as Kathy pointed out, Mr. Speaker. I just want to touch briefly on some issues that, as the member from Riversdale, I see frequently in my community. We've got growing inequality, affordability issues, a lack of childcare, which has really become readily apparent here in the pandemic, but I know as a parent that who connects with other parents that it wasn't just an issue prior to the pandemic, Mr. Speaker. Crowded classrooms. My 12-year-old was super pumped to only have 29 kids in her classroom. Mr. Speaker, that is not acceptable. But I just want to focus a few minutes on a couple narrower areas. I know brevity, as the Leader of the Opposition pointed out, is not my strong suit. It's not for a lack of trying, Mr. Speaker. This started out as 3 pages long, and as the morning has grown, so has the page length. One of the lowlights or fails that still disappoints me to this day, and I still would hope that this government would switch gears, would be the decimation of the film industry here in Saskatchewan. It started with the privatization of SCN, the Saskatchewan Communications Network, which the three things, the SCN, the film tax credit, and the soundstage, were the key elements of making sure we had a robust film industry here in the province. So the privatization of SCN started that, and we shouldn't have been surprised, but just a short time later, this government cut the film tax credit. We lost hundreds of talented professionals and their families to other provinces who are benefiting. We look at BC, we look at Manitoba, Alberta, who are doing so well, and we could have been part of that too, Mr. Speaker. So we should always be willing to admit we make mistakes and walk things back, and it's been disappointing that this is something that the government has not been willing to do. I have to talk a little bit about long-term care. This government's failure to address short staffing issues. This isn't something that has just started today. Short staffing is a chronic issue, and short staffing hurts staff who get burnt out, who then go on sick leave, Mr. Speaker, but it also impacts care. This government knows that, and we have fewer care aides now than we had at the start of 2015, and in the 2016 election platform, they committed to putting $7.5 million into frontline care work and long-term care, and that hasn't happened. They have report after report, the CEO tours that actually Minister Duncan initiated, and I would argue that those were initiated because many people were coming forward with their challenges in long-term care, and it was pretty hard not to admit that it was an issue, Mr. Speaker. But to the government's credit at that point, those reports were pretty clear and transparent and highlighted the issues. We've had 2 ombudsman's reports, one with Margaret Warholm, who was the key focus of that, who died with a bed sore the size of her back, Mr. Speaker. Jessie Selwood, who the cause of death had to be changed. The coroner changed her cause of death. These reports, Mr. Speaker, talked about a system under strain, and that has not changed, and nor has the the resources in long-term care. We've got story after story of people who've come to the legislature, just a few that off the top of my head: Carrie Clausen, Rose Botting, Diane Morgan, Carolyn Radford, families and residents who will continue to tell us that the situation in long-term care is untenable. This government will talk about building facilities, but you can't just build facilities, Mr. Speaker. You have to staff them, whether it's a long-term care facility, a school, or a psychiatric hospital like Sask Hospital, North Battleford. I could talk about potentially inappropriate use of psychotics. In Canada, the average is 20.7%. In Saskatchewan, we're highest of all provinces. That's 27.5%, Mr. Speaker. We don't have anything to be proud in this regard. Mental health and addictions. My brother Greg and his wife Lori lost their son in 2013. He had bipolar disorder, Mr. Speaker, and didn't get the care he needed despite my brother and his wife being tremendous advocates and working really hard to support him. My brother read the story about Samuel Uko a few weeks ago and texted me, and Dan, he calls me Dan, nothing has changed. Despite having a mental health and addictions report that from, I believe it was 2015, that didn't have any committed actions, it didn't have any committed budget, and it didn't have any committed timelines to that, Mr. Speaker. Things have not gotten better on the mental health and addictions front, Mr. Speaker, and in fact, they've gotten worse. Stephen Rigby, his mother, Carrie, was here at the start of March and had much to tell us about her son's experience trying to access mental health care and then eventually leading to his death, Mr. Speaker. We have the Sask Hospital, North Battleford. On the correction side, Mr. Speaker, there are seven patients. There's room for, I believe, 96 patients on that side. 7 people from our correctional centres in that unit, Mr. Speaker. I am getting the hook here, and my apologies for that. I'm going to wrap up and continue to speak very quickly so I can squeeze as much in here. Crystal meth, from 2013 to 2018, which are the latest statistics that I have, it went from 3% to 30% of people presenting at residential treatment facilities for crystal meth treatment. Overdose numbers, Medivay numbers in Saskatoon were incredibly high for the month of May. We just saw 6 people die since July 1st, Mr. Speaker, due to overdoses. We've got a government who has upped their game the last couple of years, but not enough, Mr. Speaker. They've starved CBOs, organizations like the Canadian Mental Health Association, Mobile Crisis, Crocus Co-op, just to name a few, AIDS Saskatoon. CBOs who provide that frontline mental health care have received zeros and zeros, and just got a 2% lift this year, Mr. Speaker. That is not on. There's no quick fix. There's no one solution, and I know the Premier said yesterday he talked about treatment. That is part of the solution, but you have to have a whole recovery-based focus, Mr. Speaker, from prevention to harm reduction, and yes, you need harm reduction. Because you can't get treatment if you're dead, Mr. Speaker. You need to have good quality evidence-based treatment, and then you have to support people in recovery. And so it doesn't involve investing in one place, it involves making sure that you have all of that covered. And it's also recognizing that substance abuse doesn't happen in a vacuum, that you need to make sure people's mental health is well cared for, and that is a challenge, Mr. Speaker. Just a couple words about the suicide prevention strategy and the government voting down Doyle Vermette's bill. I can't tell you how incredibly disappointed I am about that. We have First Nations girls 29 times more likely to die by suicide. Young boys, First Nations boys, 6 times more likely. 25% of all suicides, First Nations suicides, are teenagers, Mr. Speaker. I look at Ophelia and Hennessy, and I can't even wrap my head around that. As my colleague from Saskatoon, Nutana, said, do better. You can do better. You need to do better. I know the minister said earlier today in question period that suicide knows no geography, and I know there are many of us in this House who know that all too well. But the reality is First Nations and Métis children are being impacted by suicide more than the rest of us at a higher rate, and it is not acceptable. That, I would say, goes down as one of my biggest disappointments in this place, Mr. Speaker. So it would be a lie if I said I wasn't disappointed to not get the privilege of sitting on those government benches. So I want to say to those of you opposite, do not take that for granted. People have trusted you to do right by all citizens, but so many people are suffering, Mr. Speaker. And for my colleagues who I trust to keep fighting the good fight and whom I look forward to seeing you in October on that side of the House, but from my TV screen, Mr. Speaker, keep fighting the good fight. Despite not getting to sit in government, I feel incredibly honoured to have had the chance to represent the community that I've called home for most of my life, an amazing province representing the people of Saskatchewan, and being part of an opposition team working to elevate the issues and the voices that are often not heard or are silenced. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'm looking forward to weekend plans that have a little bit less reviewing of government documents that drop on a Friday afternoon, and more weekend plans involving yoga, maybe cooking some better meals, and most importantly, getting to spend some time with my children while they still want to spend some time with me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Recognize the member for Martensville-Warman, Nancy.
Mr. Speaker, now for something completely different. I don't know if you heard that sound just now, but it was a collective sigh from the NDP, knowing that this is the last time they will ever have to hear me. Don't get on my feet again after this. And I'm going to keep it short because we were given 10 minutes, and I'm going to try to keep it to that. I had the opportunity in March to speak to a government motion, and thinking that at the time it was the last time I was going to be able to speak, I ran through a whole bunch of thank yous, so I'm not going to go through that. I have spent time in the last few months reminiscing, going through my years here, and it's a bit of a joke around the building that I've gone through staff like that. It's not because I'm hard to work for, but I've had young staff that I've been able to train up and send out to other ministers' offices, so you're welcome. And I thought about naming every single staffer I've had. I'm going to forget some, so I'm not going to do that. I've thanked a lot of them privately. There's a few that I would like to thank publicly. Two of them are here today, Kelly Jackson and Drew Dwornichuk. Back in 2007, when I was first named Environment Minister, I had this outstanding group of kids. Well, Kelly's a little bit older than me, but we were also very young kids. I had Kelly, Krista, Drew 1 and Drew 2, and it was the first time any of us had ever been in the jobs that we were asked to do. So it was a bit like being forged in fire, and we created a bond that has lasted to this day. We actually just got together at Krista's about 2 weeks ago and reminisced and told stories, and it's too bad Drew Wilby isn't here because there's a great story about a brass pig in Australia, but we'll keep that one for a later day. I remember meeting Krista. She was seconded from Environment, so I walked in. She was the only person in the office. We just kind of looked at each other and said, what do we do now? And figured it out together. Krista always made sure that I was prepared, including picking Velcro Nerf bullets off my jacket before I came into question period, because we had some epic Nerf battles in our office. I remember meeting Kelly. We had talked about this the other night. I was up wandering the halls on the 3rd floor, and this lovely woman came up to me and asked me where the bathroom was. She obviously didn't know at the time who I was, that she was about to go interview for a job in my office. And so she was hired and brought into my office, and I think was a bit mortified that she had just asked her new minister where the bathroom was without knowing where she was. And a little known fact, she seems sweet, but don't mess with her. Her nickname in our office is Killer, and so we've kept that because I think it applies. Drew Wilby was my chief of staff. I actually actively recruited Drew to be my chief. I knew that he had a leadership quality that would fit well into my office, including being a very good Nerf gun warrior. But sadly, he ended up being a bit of a slacker. He would often leave the office because he had to go buy insulin. And what's a person to do? You can hardly argue with a diabetic, so he always found reasons to be out of the office, but did work when he was there. Which brings me to Drew de Wernchuk. He had the unenviable job of putting together my question period book, and considering my entire background in politics up until that point had been running question period, it was a bit daunting for him, but he did a great job. He also had the best job interview ever. He had gone to interview with my chief of staff. We hired him right out of university when he was 23 years old. And then he came to talk to me, and I don't know how it came up in the course of conversation, but it came out that I was a cheerleader in high school, because imagine that. And I think they just had me there for my big booming voice. Anyway, so he found out that I was a cheerleader, and he's sitting across the table from me and laughed in my face, and not just a little snicker, like full out laughed in my face. And I think at the time he thought he had sunk himself, but I realized that was exactly the kind of person I wanted to have in my office, because everybody who came through my office, I've told them the same thing. I take my job very seriously. I don't take me seriously. And I think the people, most of the people in here would understand that that's exactly the way I conduct myself. And I'm glad that my staff was the same. And I see how far these four amazing people have come. They're all in very senior positions, either in this building or in ministries. And I'm very proud of you, and thank you for being here with me today. I've also had some time to think back over the many NDP leaders that have passed through this chamber during my time here. It's a bit like my former staff. I thought about naming them all, but I'm sure I'm going to miss one because there's been so many. But one thing that they've all had in common is this utter lack of ability to resonate with people of Saskatchewan since Romano. Romano carried himself like a statesman. I wasn't in here when he was, but I've heard stories from my colleagues. I heard stories from my dad, and carried himself like a statesman. And I think that resonated with people in this province. And then that led me to think about current leadership. And so I was driving down a couple Sundays ago, kind of running through my speech, and started putting a list of characteristics together in my head. And you know, he gets easily irked. He's angered easily. We saw that the other day with some antics that are in here. He's reactionary, a little bit thin-skinned, and seems to think that all governing takes is a Twitter account. So I'm kind of going through these characteristics in my head. I'm like, wow, that reminds me of somebody. Who else does that remind me of? It reminds me of President Trump. The only difference, Mr. Speaker, is that President Trump's actually won an election. So maybe that's something that he can strive to. I mentioned earlier that I take my job very seriously, but I don't take myself seriously. And I would just pass that on as a bit of advice to the Leader of the Opposition. Just have a moment to laugh every once in a while. And it's important, the jobs that we do, but if we start taking ourselves seriously, this job will eat you alive. And I'm sincere about that. Just have some fun while we're here. And in that vein, I had an interesting conversation with Monty Solberg right after the 2006 federal election when the Conservatives formed government. He had been a friend of mine and had recently been sworn into government as a minister. And so a few of us were out, and I went up to him and I called him Minister Monty, and I was so excited. It was such an exciting time for us. And I said, how does it feel? And he gave me a piece of advice then, or said something to me then, which I've carried with me every day as I walked into this chamber. And he said, you know what? I'll say my own name, I guess. He goes, you know what, Nancy? He goes, my name's on the door today. There will come a time when my name is no longer on that door, and nobody is going to remember who I am, because I will be gone. And I think of all the things that we do here, and the things that we do, if we do them well, do stand the test of time. I personally, though, don't need people to remember that I did those things. I hope only that the things that I did helped the people that I was sought to help. This year will mark the end of 25 years of Hepners representing this constituency, which is really hard for me to wrap my head around. My dad's achievements are well known. He was part of a team that reshaped Saskatchewan politics, and we thank him for that, as well as the other 7. And as I look back, I know people have asked me, I've done interviews, people have asked me what my proudest moment is. And I can honestly say that it was to be the voice for the victims of Murdoch Carrier. That job started the day I was sworn into this chamber in opposition. We took on that file, it was handed to me, which was very humbling. I've talked to these women before. We started down that path to ask basically their permission to fight for them. And then when we moved into government, we offered them additional compensation, which doesn't make up for anything, but it was slightly more fair than the situation had been before. I spoke to some of those women afterwards. There was cards sent into my office. And long after I'm gone, it's irrelevant to me if they remember my name. I will be satisfied that their lives are a little bit better because of what we did while we had the chance to do it here. So as I leave, and I think I'm getting in on my 10 minutes, my advice as I leave, laugh a little, even if it's at yourself, and better yet, probably when it is at yourself. I think it's important to remain humble in this job and to remember that your name is going to be off the door and nobody's going to remember who you are, and that's okay. My world has been forever changed by the 20 years that I've had, the experiences I've had in politics, both as a staffer and elected, and it's also been changed forever by the friends that I've made along the way. So to all of you, thank you.
Recognize the member for Saskatoon Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a happy day. Somebody said to me it was like graduation, and it really is. So I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the House leaders for this opportunity to say a few words of a personal nature. And I'm delighted to join this august group of parliamentarians that are moving on today. This will be their last day. I understand between the 11 of us, we have 165 years of legislative experience, and we have fought 33 personal provincial campaigns, and who knows how many more. For me, my first one was in 1974 in grade 12 for John Scoberg in Moose Jaw, and the federal leader at that time was David Lewis. Now, a teacher, a friend of mine, is retiring and had this posted on his Facebook page, and I think it's very appropriate. It's from Shakespeare. All the world's a stage, and all the men and women merely players. They have their exits, and they have their entrances. And this may seem like a sad exit today, but I am very happy to be retiring to 29th Street back in Saskatoon. It's a good day. So, you hear this treble in my voice. Forgive me for that. I do want to introduce a few people in the gallery. My wife, Dawn, my son, Riley. I was thinking when Larry Doak made the promise to his wife to involve her in everything, Dawn made me make the exact opposite. Say, don't involve me in anything. But she has been a rock, and she's been really good, and basically the policy person who guides me, but no events, and that's been okay. I want to acknowledge my other kids, Allison and Alex in Toronto and their kids, and Cam and Ty in Corner Brook, Newfoundland. In fact, this is funny. I remember Bob Benrod, when he retired, he said, it was all about the family. And I thought, how can that be? How can that be? And then you have grandkids and you realize that can be. That's so true. And so today in Newfoundland, my granddaughter, Georgie, is celebrating her 3rd birthday today. And I just want to acknowledge my grandkids, Felix and Francis, Georgie, Isabel, and of course our newest one in May that was born on Mother's Day weekend, a boy, Ruby Blue David. And I want to acknowledge my own family, my mom, who's still with us, my 6 brothers and Colette. And Mom is really the epitome of community service. She's a World War II vet, coming home to train as a nurse, then raising 8 kids in Mortlack, serving as a volunteer nurse, and then as a lay minister. It's to her. I think that's where I got it all from. It's all about community service. So I want to talk about bookends, Mr. Speaker, and how my career started in politics. And you never know what's going to happen in the world. And to me, my career started in the shadow of 9/11. I was nominated on the September 20th, and the world really changed. And I know I've talked to the member from Mooseman about that. Many people have sat here before that. But to me, that was the start of my career. And now I think about the end of my career with the pandemic. And I was packing up a few things, and I found the Globe and Mail from January 4th. And if you remember some of the things in early January, the impeachment trial, what was happening in Iraq and Iran, what was happening in Australia with the deadly fires, what was happening here in Canada around pipelines. And if you look on page A17, in the one column, on January 4th, China seeks to identify cause of pneumonia outbreak as cases rise. And I'll just read the first paragraph. Chinese health authorities are trying to identify what's causing an outbreak of pneumonia in the central city of Wuhan, officials said on Friday, as the tally of cases rose to 44. And Singapore said it would screen arrivals on flights from there. So how our world has changed. I don't know if many of you remember the first weekend of this year, but we're living with this, how this world has been turned upside down from that time. And so that's been my career, bookended between 9/11 and the pandemic. But as many have said, what a time, what an opportunity, and what an honor and privilege. There's so many to thank. My people in my riding of Saskatoon Centre, Mount Royal, Westmount, Riversdale, and Caswell. And I just have to mention, when I was in Caswell, I worked on the Community Association. I had the glorious position of being the rink rat, the one who flooded the outdoor rink in the winter. It was no artificial ice. And so from that, people would joke in the neighborhood that I rose to the grand position of Minister of Environment. And I remember the folks over there accusing me of stealing the summer of 2004, I think it was the one that I stole. But anyways, it's a great neighborhood, and I'm so delighted to be moving back. And I also want to take a moment to acknowledge my school board, Saskatoon Public School Board, of which I am now on leave, Mr. Speaker, for 19 years. I have not yet, and ironically, I was visiting the human resources person early in March before all stuff broke loose about what should happen in the fall, and should I retire, what should I do? And he said, well, wait and see what happens. And then, of course, we went back, and all of this broke loose. So I want to thank everybody in Saskatoon Public School Board who's been supportive of me being here for 19 years, and I know there's a former school board member that I think I worked under. I think another one, the Minister of Justice. I also want to thank, as people have mentioned, the Ledge staff, the library folks who will do just amazing research for you. And I know there's, especially the last couple of weeks when press reader hasn't worked at 8 o'clock in the morning, a quick email, where's my press reader? I can't start the day without reading my newspapers. Security people, and I have to say this is not an off-the-hand thank you. It's really, it truly means a lot because you've really been there for me, my CA, our office, and of course here. And the cafeteria, I also want to thank the clerk and his staff, and especially the legal staff, Ken Ring, who I've developed a really good working relationship, particularly around the private member bills, who've been really so effective and efficient at doing the kind of work. And I think about Bob Benrod when we first had, and I don't know if many members will remember the day we had 9 service dogs in this place, and convinced Mr. Benrod to include that section in his legislation around animals. Because what we're all here to do is do the right thing for the people of Saskatchewan. And I've been able to really, fortunately, and I appreciate our leader's comment about some of the things I've been able to hone in on. And people on that side have picked up, and it's been really good. I think about the former Minister of Justice, now the Minister of Education, how we've been able to work on human rights, particularly on gender identity. I appreciate the good work there. And then the current member from Saskatoon Southeast, how he has been able to, has just come in to get his credit and to hear stories about him. And so, Mr. Speaker, how he's been able to be really responsive on some of the pieces that we've put together, especially around the children's law. We've moved things around, Jimmy's Law and that type of thing. But I have to say, Mr. Speaker, he invited me to come out and help him out campaigning in Saskatoon Southeast because we seem to be getting along so well. I said, well, I may be out there campaigning, but I don't think you would want me to be campaigning with your stuff. So we will be into elections soon enough. But I do want to mention that. I also want to mention a thank you to Monique and the work around the CPA. I think that's very, very important. And around the Legislative Interns program, I hope that's one thing we do get back going, the SLIP program. I was fortunate enough to have 10 interns, and many of them you'll find around the building. I think it's an outstanding program. Of course, in our own caucus, Cheryl and Jeanette, and my CAs, Graham, Erica, Francine, and Leslie. I do want to say it's been an honor to serve as a New Democrat in this House, part of an amazing party so rich in progressive innovations that have served the people of Saskatchewan well. Thanks to all over the past years who've helped me do my job. Too many to mention. But of course, I have to mention Premier Calvert because I was fortunate enough to serve in his cabinet, and he saw worth in me that I remember the first question I had as Minister of Environment. Some of the folks may remember the dead fish episode. And that was my question. We had to deal with this question. And of course, I had never seen so many dead fish. I didn't quite recognize what I was looking at. But it's always interesting what you get presented with. But it was a pleasure to work with him and his team. I have to mention Pat and Peter, Graham, Glenn, of course, Buckley Belanger, and my good friend Warren McCall, who were all part of that team, and it was great. I want to recognize his saying, and I hope that we all take this to heart, when he talked about economic growth and social growth. We cannot make social progress without economic progress, but we should not make economic progress that does not result in social progress. It ought to result in a better life for many, and that's something I think we can all live by. So sometimes in this House we're quick to quarrel, and I'm guilty like everyone else here. But I think at times we have to come together. This is another piece of advice when I was looking back at Lauren's farewell speech, and he said, "This is advice to all members. Lest we sometimes lose touch with reality in this work or sometimes succumb to depression, just remember we are never as good or as bad as they say we are." And I think that's something to live by. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to circle back to the pandemic and say a big thank you to the frontline workers, whether they be in healthcare, retail, or transportation. I remember the early days of the pandemic shutdown where people in transportation were trying to find bathrooms to go to. And this was a big issue, you know, and we all worked through that. I also want to acknowledge our leader, my constituent, and a member from Saskatchewan. He's a doctor, and I think how ironic in this time that we have a doctor in the House that's playing such a leadership role. And so thank you for your work there. And also volunteering on the front lines. That's something that we've all kind of done, and we know we do that, but I think that you took that one step further than most of us. And I also I was thinking about this. I was watching estimates yesterday. I saw this on the wall. A healthy society, how a focus on health can revive Canadian democracy. And I think in this time of a pandemic, when we think about how important health is, and how that plays a role in the economy, I think that's important for us to remember, and I look forward to hearing more about that on the campaign. Well, Mr. Speaker, in closing, I want to say that the common theme really has been an immense sense of gratitude and almost a bit of disbelief that we could have been chosen to be here and how that's an amazing thing. I want to take a page from the member from Martensville, and you know, I know other people have quoted Lincoln and Roosevelt in their closing speeches. I'm just going to quote from a comedy from, not from Macbeth, but from Midsummer Night's Dream. Let me get my, you know, I was a big, this is what I love doing with kids in school. And so, bear with me, but I hope it fits what she says, how we shouldn't take ourselves too seriously, and we should have a good summer, and I know it'll be a hard-fought fall, and I really feel, boy, it's a good time to be getting out of here with all you folks trying to campaign in terms of pandemic. I'm glad I'm not doing that. But anyways, this is the closing lines from Midsummer Night's Dream. If we shadows have offended, think but this, and all is mended. And as I am an honest puck, we will make amends ere long, else the puck a liar call. So good night unto you all. Give me your hand, we be friends, and we shall restore all amends. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member for Arm River.
Speaker, it's an honor to get up on the last day of being here. I want to welcome my sister and my brother-in-law, Diane and Cal. They've been behind me right from the start. I made this job a lot easier through all the campaigns. She's probably happier that I'm quitting than I am because they will not have to deal with some of the remarks you get that politicians, even though people don't mean it back home, they'll always do that little dig of politicians, and also not having to help me at election time and work at that. So I want to say thank you for all the work you did, and I'm glad you're here, even though I warned you. I told you, don't come, because there is no way that they're going to make a 10-minute speech. Only a politician will take an hour that a normal person could say in 10 minutes. So I told you, you should have stayed at home. But anyways, I'm glad you're here. I see there's a former member, Wayne Allard, here. And now if that means retirement, that you're sitting in here for 2 hours listening to this, I'm running again. If you're that bored in retirement. I want to thank my CAs, plain and simple. I mean, I wouldn't be here without them. Donna started with me in '99, worked on every campaign. Levon joined me in 2006, stayed with me that long, and they were the ones that did the work, day to day. The calls, I wouldn't have been here. I'd have lost my temper or just got frustrated. I could deal with the ministers and the work down here, but they were the ones that would deal with the constituents on the phone and then follow the cases. Because it takes sometimes weeks for it to case and get information and to keep working and following it up that client was handled properly. And they did that amazingly. They did all the work in the office. They did all the organizing. They did all the computer work. They did all the writing. They did everything. I mean, they're amazing. They're still probably not washing because it's dinner time, so they'll come in at 1. But no, I just want to say thank you. I don't know if I think only one of them's in the office today. The other one was working on another job. But I just want to say thank you for all the work that the two of you did. It was greatly appreciated. As you get asked over the years of why I ran. I mean, school kids ask you all the time, and so is the press. Why did you run? And I told the Premier last night, Scott, I'll tell you the real reason. I would here in the House, because you always say, which you do, you say the constituents, and that's what you run for. But that wasn't the initial reason I chose to run, not the initial reason. First, I'll tell you how I got it, and then I'll quickly tell you why as I move in. How it ended up with after a hockey game. We had a member, or a friend of mine was selling memberships. He'd just been talking to another guy, and he asked if I wanted one. I said, no. I never belonged to a party. I wasn't, even though I was in town council, but not very political, like that way I belonged to a party. Basically, I'll quote Jerry Steinfeld. He said, any organization would have me as a member. I don't know if I really want to join them. And anyways, I said, the only way I'm going to buy membership is if you let me run. He said, well, we don't even have an association yet, and we don't have anybody to run. So, of course, a couple other guys took the dare. Well, we'll buy if you run. The team we'd played was Hanley, and they were sitting a table, 2 tables down. And, of course, they knew me. They started, we'll buy if you run. So basically got challenged. Everybody bought. I think Mark sold 15 memberships that night, or 20. he ended up being my campaign manager in 99 to run. So basically, it was just another incident of where my mouth got ahead of my brain. And that's how I ended up here. Because I wouldn't back down. I was challenged, and they said, you have to run. And they said, that's the only way we're buying. You said you would. You know, after about the 4th beer, oh yeah, I'll do it. So that's how the how. But the why, because after I did the next morning think, why? And I'll be honest, I hated the NDP. Like, you know, I would say hate, but I didn't know you. I had a very, very strong dislike for what was happening in Saskatchewan, the potential that was here. Anything I do, I always think I can do better than anybody else, or, you know, or help. And that's one of the accomplishments. I was happy to be here, that we did. Like, you know, when I set out, and I said that in my nomination speech, you know, wanted to grow this province, to recognize the potential. And I remember Mark had said at nomination, he said, we won't be sending a career politician to Regina. We're going to be sending a farmer that's going to represent you. Well, now I don't know if 21 years makes a career politician or not. I still like to think that I came here as a farmer and I'm leaving as one. You know, so those are, you know, then you just want to represent the constituents. I mean, we started in opposition, and there's lots of members here who never sat in opposition. It is a learning experience. I mean, I don't want to be there ever again, but you learn, and you also learn to respect. I've learned to, as I watch I struggled for 2 terms over there, so I know what it's like. You know, you feel frustrated at times, but you work away. And I think that gave me a better perspective when we came as a government. That, you know, you can always look at both views. I mean, you know, there's a reason that God gave you 2 ears and only 1 mouth. You listen twice as much as you should talk. And so over the years, with the Donna's and Levon's help, we've tried to help every constituent. That was my goal, was to work, you know, for the area, for the constituents. And I've tried to do that to the best of my ability, and I think I have, to the best of my ability. You know, I still get a lot of comments. We won with 74% last time at election, so, you know, it says that they're half-assed satisfied with me. So, you know, that's one of the accomplishments that you look back, because it's the little things that you do, you know, over the years that I think that have made a politician. I remember when I came here, Bob Benrod, do another quote, told me, he said, I'd only been here 2 weeks, he said, don't ever forget who brought you to the dance. And Bob said that lots. And I've always tried to remember that. And I think as a party, we have to keep remembering that, and we will always stay in power. Because as much as I've learned to like and respect you over on the other side, I still don't like your party. Plain and simple. And we can never let you on this side again. I'm sorry. You know, and individually, you know, I've known you, and you know, we've had a lot of fun together, different things. But you get you together in one room, and the herd mentality almost comes out. You hearken back to the old days. And we just can't have that. I mean, what we've been doing here, growing this province, and the potential still is that. And that's why the people are behind us, because I remember what it was like in 99. You all do. I mean, the population was going this way. Businesses were leaving. Oil, there's hardly any potential in the oil development. I mean, potash was just hanging on. You know, no development up north. There's still tons of potential in this province. So those are the things we have to do as we keep moving. And I know that you will. You know, I've worked under 3 leaders, Alwyn, Brad, and Scott, and all 3 of them treated me with respect. And the caucus, they listen. And I know that Alwyn I didn't give much grief to. I was pretty new. So Brad a bit, and you maybe a bit more. But you've always respected what I had to say, and always listen. And you can never forget that. You know, don't ever forget that, Premier, because you're very good at that. And if you do, you'll stay in. I know that there's some, I see what's happening in Ottawa. We talked about that last night. But also across Canada, though, I see some premiers, you know, MLAs, even in this list, like to call you boss. We can never forget you didn't buy a company. And you're not like that. But I want to reassure the MLAs, like, don't be scared to speak up for your stuff. Don't afraid to bring your issues. Do it, and we'll always stay in power. You know, they did that in Alberta, and they made one mistake because they lost touch, and then they lost election for one term. But with under Kenney, they've come back, and we have to stay in power if we want this province to grow. The only regret, so I accomplished what I wanted to do in 1999. We got rid of the NDP. The Liberals are in power, and we didn't get rid of them. We did for a bit. You're asking when I'm doing retirement. Well, that'd be part of it. I'm gonna work to get rid of Trudeau. Leslyn Lewis, I'm supporting her. I've endorsed her. I think she's the only one that can beat Trudeau. I don't think the other ones can. I think she's the only one that can. So, you know, that's what I'll be, the little part that I can do to help her to defeat Trudeau. Because if we don't beat him this election, you're going to have to deal with him. And it's not going to be fun here. Because basically, he's going to move his agenda up of shutting oil down before 2050. He's going to keep moving his agenda on gun control and basically shutting out the West. I mean, it showed with the tourism money. We don't have tourism here. He gives money to the East, doesn't give it to us, to the West, you know, for their tourism industry. He's going to keep shutting us out. And I know you're going to have to get stronger, and you're dealing with him what you did. But if he wins the next election, you and Kenney are the only ones that are going to fight. BC's a write-off. They're not going to help you. Manitoba, I'm hoping will step up a bit, but you're going to have to fight him. Because right now, he's running the show. Whatever he wants, and his mother wants, and his wife wants, is what happens. That's the honest truth. It's not the MPs having much say behind him. So that has to change. So I'm hoping you guys carry on that fight as we move forward. You know, the only you know, regret that I didn't get accomplished over the many things I did, and there's too many to go. You know, whether we did the long-term care hospitals, we got that done in Watch, all that stuff. I only got one little regret. It was 15 Highway from number 2 to 11. We just never got that job. We got a chunk of it did in 14, and we were going to make it a long-haul road. And that just, when the budget went, so did that. I still think that's a good idea. We still need to work on that. So I'm hoping that you keep working on that particular chunk of highway, because there's potential for. We actually rebuilt it from Keniston west. Is redone? It's nice, and there's a lot of traffic coming down there from Alberta. So. And that, but it's too numerous to mention, you know, all the little accomplishments, you know, from the health care that we've did to other highways we did in my constituency. You know, it's changed over the boundaries over the two elections. You know, my constituency changes quite dramatically because it's kind of in the center. So when things when they do the boundary census change, it seems time they start on the edge, time they get to Arm River, well then by that time they have to change it quite dramatically. So this will be the last election for these boundaries, and then it'll be interesting to see how much they change next time. And I've changed from when I used to go all the way up to Wynyard. Now I'm all the way down to Riverhurst. You know, so it's changed. One of the things that you know, I think it's made me a better person. You know, and you met a lot of people. I mean, you know, I don't regret doing this job for one instant. There'll be things I'll miss. You know, some days I miss in here, and some days I don't. You know, I like the state's more model where they do more work in committees, different things. But that's you know, a different argument. Some days I just hate when it's just like we're debating bills. To me, that's just a total waste of time. You know, we're sitting here, and I know that that's our parliamentary thing, but to me, I'd sooner be discussing them in committee like they do in the States and different avenues. I've sat down there through their work when the bill hits the floor. From there, it goes to committee. And it's then witnesses are brought in to discuss more, and it's more Brad. Here it's just the opposition. And I've been over there where our House leader, a member from Cannington one time, you know, like used to want to sit here till July, you know, and says, give you a bill that you know nothing about and speak for an hour on it. Like, you know, and the NDP used to put 80 bills in the order paper back in our days. Always. there was at least 80. So, I mean, you guys talk about work, you guys have got pretty easy. We're not, I don't think we've hit much over 60, 65, and most of them in that 40 range. But minimum, you guys had 80 to 100. There's a lot of sessions we had that. And then, because there was no end date, well, you just talk and talk and talk on them. So that, and I just don't think it accomplished much because nobody really listens to the speeches. The work is done in committee when you can analyze stuff, have your officials there and work on stuff. But that's, you know, that's just the way I think, and that's just one thing I'd like to see. But the British parliamentary system isn't set up that way. You know, just a couple of things I'm just going to say before I wrap up is, you know, healthcare is the most important out there. And if we've been doing a good job on it, and you keep doing a good job, we'll always stay in power. Crime is climbing, though. Yeah, that's an issue out in my constituency. It's all over. If I'm gone for a week, I come home, and my constituency runs from Disley to basically to almost Dundurn. You know, if I stop in any of the towns, there'll be a break-in along the way. You know, in them 2 or 3 days. You know, somebody have heard, yeah, I could be in Bethune, but they'll say, yeah, Finlater got broke into, or some truck got stole. Or I stop in Chamberlain, they'll say, yeah, something was here. Davidson, you know, the crime on number 11 is picking up. And it's property crime, because they can get away with it. Because there's basically not a lot that is being done about it. You know, like, you know, so you throw them in jail for 6 months, so they don't care. And I don't know how to deal with it. Like, I know what I'd like to do with them, but I won't say in here. And that's been your downfall in rural Saskatchewan is you can't be soft on it. You know, you can try to work on the roots, but something's going to have to be addressed because it's getting slowly every year getting worse and worse and worse. And it's property crime, you know, because I mean, because you can get away with it. You know, so those you know, issues that I'll remind you, since we are doing a little bit of partisan speeches here, to keep on with that, because we have to stay ahead of them. We can never, you know, let them in. There was a few other things I was going to say, but I think I'm going to keep a little short. Again, I want to, just before I wrap it up, you know, thank all the members here. You know, everybody's been, you know, it's been great to work here. You know, I get a little outspoken at times, and at times, but everybody's always, you know, and even has never got frustrated with me, and I've never got frustrated, I think, with any of the other members either. We're a team, and we work together, and that's what needs to happen, you know, to stay together. And you could thank, I mean, I've been House Leader, and I mean, I've gone through the list of we're thanking everybody at the end, so I'm not going to get in, even though the clerks and the whole, like it, just want to put a general thank you to everybody, because it's the last time I'm going to be here, but there is. I mean, you wouldn't be here. Thank you. I'll do a shout out to Warren McCall. I mean, when he was House Leader, I mean, one thing about you, Warren, your word was always good. You know, if you said something, it was, you stuck to it, and I enjoyed that, being House Leader. It was also nicer sometimes when I could just go home and farm and didn't have to worry about the things here at that end. But you know, just before, as I finish up, you know, I want to, you know, the only thing I've been really interested in is always history, you know, and so it makes me a little sad that, you know, they're tearing down statues and symbols. You know, that doesn't change history. You know, and history wasn't that great back then. I mean, you know, there were mistreatments. But the changes come in places like this. You know, not out there, tearing down statues, tearing down symbols. You know, they come in here. And I think we have made some over our term, and we'll make some more, you know, to make life fairer and better for everybody. This is where the changes are made, you know, not out there. You have to remember that, you know, there's 37.5 million people in this country. You know, maybe 2,000 of them protested. That's a very small percentage. The majority of 37 million think like we do, you know, like, yeah, we want change, but you do it proper, you do it right. So don't get carried away or pushed by social activists. Don't do that. You know, they're a very small minority. Even though they're very loud, they're a very small minority in this country. So, you know, always remember that. And there is good ones that want change the right way. And change will happen here. I mean, that's why once I got here, you learn how the process works. I got to have respect for the process, how it works, the bills being passed and the changes you make. Some of them are small and minute, but there's still a change as you work forward. Those are things that, the ways things should be done. This is what this legislature and our system of freedom was designed on, was for this. You know, so I was proud to be a part of that. You know, very, very proud to be a part of this legislature and a part of a government and a system that works to help people. You know, to me, I've, you know, as an MLA, I've tried to treat everybody with respect and dignity. You know, whether a constituent, but also learn, you know, you do that personally too. You know, when I was younger, maybe not as much before I became an MLA. You know, I think I've learned to treat people that way, and I want to keep doing that way. And if we all do that, this will be a better place. So to me, all lives matter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Recognize a member for Last Mountain, Touchwood, Glen Hart.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's certainly a pleasure to be able to stand and make my final comments. At least I believe this will be my final comments in this legislature, although it's 2020 and with all the curves that 2020 has given us so far, one never knows, but I'm 99.9% sure this is the last hurrah. I stand here with mixed emotions. You know, and I think we all are, all of those of us that are retiring. There are things that we're going to miss. There are things that we're not going to miss so much, you know. I'm going to miss all the members here. I have to qualify that a little, though. There's a few I might kind of miss, like a toothache, and I think the feeling may be similar about myself. But I'm going to miss you all. What I'm not going to miss is what I call the political gamesmanship. I know it's part of our system. When I arrived here, I wasn't a real active participant in it. I've become much less so. Like I said, I realize it's part of the system. But anyway, that's one thing that I'm not going to miss. I'm going to miss the work that is done in this place to make the lives of our people of the province better. I think we all work towards that. We sometimes take different paths, and those are some of the things that I'm certainly going to miss. But I just, yesterday when I was chairing the Committee of Finance, I had an opportunity, well actually I asked one of the clerks if she could find out the exact date when I first spoke in this assembly, and it was December the 13th, 1999. And here it is on a Friday in July, and the House is sitting. And I think the member from Cannington, our good friend Dan, he's got to be in his glory, because we've all heard him speak about, yeah, we need to work longer and stay longer. And Greg here would know when we arrived here. If he had his way, he'd have had us here till the end of July. So there is, I guess, it's a dream come true for him. Mr. Speaker, before I continue, I want to make sure I get the thank yous that I need to say to people who have played a large role in my life as being a member of this legislature. And my family certainly has been the most supportive and the reason why I could be here. And there are a number of our family, sitting in the gallery. I'll start with my oldest son, Greg. He's currently in Saskatoon. Next to him is one of our granddaughters, Emerson from Winnipeg, and I'm so happy that she's able to be here today. Next to Emerson is my oldest grandson, Owen. And next to Owen is our youngest son, Mark, who's Emerson's dad. And of course, the anchor to our family is my good wife, Marlene, who's been here supportive, critical a number of times, but always for a good purpose. As I think the member from Cut Knife Turtleford, Larry, said, him and his wife have been, they're getting, going on to close to 50 years of a relationship. Well, we are going to be celebrating our 50th, Marlene and myself are going to be celebrating our 50th anniversary here at the end of August. So we've been here. And I would quote something that my father-in-law, Marlene's dad, said at their 50th anniversary. He says, you know, it wasn't all a bed of roses the 50 years. He says there was a few a few showers and a few thunderstorms and a few tornadoes, and I think we could say that about our 50 years, but we hung in there, and today we're very proud of our family. We have 11 grandchildren. I'm not going to mention them all. Our one son, our farmer, Kristen, isn't here today. He's looking after the operation. And in June here, we had our first great-grandchild born. So that is something that we're very proud of. So as I said, I would like to thank my family for being there for me and offering constructive criticism and always helping. And all of us, we always, we've all spoke about it, and I'm going to do that too. The voters, the people that sent us here, the voters of Last Mountain Touchwood, I've been honored to have their trust for 5 consecutive elections, and I thank them every time, and I'll do it one more time. Thank you for placing your trust in me and letting me serve you, and it's been a great honor, and that is something I'm certainly going to miss. My constituency assistants, I've had 2 of them over the 20-plus years. Carol was with me for 16 years, and in the last 4 years, Donna Klein has worked in my constituency office, and as other members have said, they're the voice or the ears, and they represent us out in our constituency and work with our constituents and solve all the, a lot of the problems, and without them, we certainly couldn't do the job that we are sent here to do. Over the years, there's been numerous people on the Last Mountain Touchwood Constituency Association and volunteers, far too many to mention or to name, so I'm just going to thank them all. And I would like at this time to thank especially the retiring members, all of you who we've worked together, and I wish you all the best in whatever the future holds for you. And we will hopefully see one another occasionally, and depending on where our paths take us. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to, as you would know, and as members would know, I've been Deputy Speaker of this Assembly for 2 terms. It's been quite a number of years, and it's been an honor to hold that position. I was acclaimed both times. And I've said it in the Assembly before, and I'll say it again. When you're acclaimed, you can take it 2 ways. No one else wanted the job, or the members put their trust in you, and I prefer the latter, Mr. Speaker. As a presiding officer, the presiding officers, the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker, are the presiding officers of an Assembly. I've had the opportunity to attend a lot of presiding officers' conferences across Canada. They're held usually in the last around the last weekend in January, and it's really a good group. It's small. You get to meet know most of them, the other presiding officers and the clerks, and I found it very informative to attend these meetings. I would just say a word at this time because I wasn't quite sure where I could fit it in, so I'll do it now about the role of the presiding officers. No, Mr. Speaker, you're last. I'm going to talk about you last. I think sometimes in this House we forget that, or don't always keep in mind that there are three branches to government: the legislative branch, the executive branch, and the judiciary. And sometimes, particularly between the legislative branch and the executive branch, lines can sometimes get a little blurred, and so it is the role of the presiding officer, the Speaker, to maintain that division between the legislative branch and the executive branch. That's the way the British parliamentary system works. It's worked well for hundreds of years, and I think it's incumbent that we as members protect that and recognize that. And as I've said in the past, that is the role of the Speaker, to maintain the integrity of this Assembly and keep that division. So anyway, getting back to the conferences that I attended, I think I'm the last standing member of the group of presiding officers that, from the time I started, I'm the only one that's attended this past January in Halifax. There's been a lot of changes. Also, when at those conferences, clerks attend, and there isn't that many. There has been changes, but not near as many. And the clerks tell me, well, the clerks don't tell me, but other people have said, you know, you realize that you as elected people, you're the temps, you're the temporary folks, and the clerks are the permanent people. And I think. I think that's probably quite correct. It did give me an opportunity to recognize and realize how well we are served here in this Assembly by our current clerk and his clerks and the committee clerks. As part of those conferences, you talk about processes and procedures you have in place in your Assembly, and I can tell you without a doubt that Saskatchewan, we do very well. We are represented well. Our processes, yeah, as the member from Arm River, Greg, said, we need to fix the adjourned debates. There's no doubt about that. We could spend our time better, more productively and that sort of thing. But overall, our practices and procedures here in Saskatchewan stack up with the best. In fact, in many cases, we're at the leading edge. And that just doesn't happen. That's the leadership of the members and our clerks. And particularly, I'm not sure, I think, but I will do it. We normally don't refer to our clerks by their name, but today we're bending the rules. And I can tell you that our current clerk, Greg, is very, very well respected across the country and by his peers. And I just wanted to take some time to thank Greg and the clerks and all his folks for everything that they've done for me while I've been in this role and as a member of the legislature. I'd also like to go on and thank the rest of the LAS staff that work somewhere downstairs and behind closed doors, and most of the time we don't even realize that they're there unless one of our payments didn't get in on time and so on. But if it wasn't for them, we would have great difficulty as members, and I know we have some history in this province, and that's probably the reason why we have such good practices in place. And I think we owe them a large thank you, and I'd like to do that today. As another part of the position I've held for the last 10 years, or 8 years going on to 9, as Deputy Speaker, you're also Deputy Chair of the Executive of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association for the Saskatchewan branch. And that actually, I know until I got quite involved with, or in that role, you kind of forget about it. We don't realize all the good work that can be done. I mean, over the years, we've hosted delegations from other Commonwealth countries. When the member from Cannington was the Speaker, we had a group of state legislators from Africa, Of course, it's the clerks and the ledge staff that have a lot of the work to do to prepare the programs and the agenda for that. But there are there's real value to that. I would suggest, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it, I would suggest members have a look at the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association website and learn more about what the work it is that they do, that organization does, and get involved with it. So, Mr. Speaker, that's getting me to the next page, and I'm going to try and keep this a little bit short because I know the seats up there are hard and people are, you know, the day is long here, and we have a few more people to talk, that would like to make their closing comments. But I feel I need to make some comments about the reality that we are currently in, like COVID-19 and the way that basically has shut down the world. I mean, we're slowly working our way out of it. We've had pretty darn good success here in Saskatchewan, and I would like to acknowledge that, acknowledge all the hard work that the Premier, the health officials, the cabinet members, everything that they've done to deal with this issue. There's a reason. That's one of the reasons why we have been so successful here in Saskatchewan, and our numbers are low, and the number of deaths are quite low. Unfortunately, no death is acceptable, but that's the reality of this virus. There were projections, and I remember reading an article from what I would call a world visionary or a citizen of the world who early on was advocating and calling on leaders around the world to put these measures, these lockdown measures into place, because if you don't, you're going to have a huge problem. We see areas of the world that are having those problems. And this individual said, the leaders are going to be criticized if they do this, because at the end of the day, when the numbers of people who have the virus isn't that high, your death numbers are low, they'll say, some people will say, see, it wasn't that bad. I don't know why we have to do all those things. And the answer is, if we hadn't have done it, you may not have been here to complain about it. So I would like to thank the Premier and the health officials, the cabinet members who all worked so long and hard to get us to this place. The virus hasn't left us, but we're in a pretty good place here in Saskatchewan. And I would, as I said, I'd like to thank you for that. So that brings, okay, so we had these public health orders, and so have other jurisdictions. But why have we been so successful? And I thought about this for a while. I heard did a little bit of reading on it, and I think, I believe what it is a matter of public trust. The Premier said early on that decisions are all going to be made in science. Science is going to dictate what it is we need to do to beat this thing, or at least learn to live with it. And the people, I think, understand that, and they have trust in our leaders, whether they're municipal, federal, provincial. In Canada here, we've been fortunate. We have that public trust, but that is something that it just isn't there. You have to earn that public trust, and you have to maintain it. And if you don't maintain it and nurture that, there is big problems. And like I said, we don't have to look very far. I think if we just unfortunately look across to the south of us, to our neighboring country, they've got some major issues in that area, unfortunately. So, I'm going to move on to talk a little bit about an interview that I heard last weekend. The interview was, the individual being interviewed was Dr. Paul Rogers. He's an emeritus professor at the University of Bradford in the UK. And I would call Dr. Rogers as a citizen of the world. He's one of those visionaries that can kind of see the big picture. And I've heard him being interviewed more than once about world issues. And so he was asked about, okay, his thoughts about COVID-19. And he said, first of all, he said, in his opinion, and from everything that he's been able to understand and read about with this virus, that it's not going away probably, well, at least probably for a year or more, or until either there is medication that will cure it or vaccines. And I think we all know it, but sometimes we forget about it and we think, well, maybe by fall it'll be over and Marlene and myself can go to our condo in Arizona, which isn't going to happen. And you know, we're in it for the long haul. He said the other thing, his other comments were, as we all know, massive economic downturn across the world, which is going to need quantitative easing, and we already seen that in the Western world, the banks buying up government bonds, some provincial bonds, federal bonds. He said the problem is there's a whole bunch of countries in the southern hemisphere that don't have that ability, and there's already discussions at the IMF about doing that because their central banks aren't strong enough or big enough to buy bonds from Uganda and Ghana and some of those countries. I'm just using them as examples. He said, so there's going to be a lot of work and a lot of coming out of this. There's going to be a lot of things that leaders of the world and leaders of jurisdictions, including provinces and states, are going to have to deal with. On the positive side, he did have I guess could be conceived as a positive comment. He says, we are going to have a once in a generation opportunity coming out of COVID if we want to get some things right. He said, because yes, we're all consumed with COVID-19 now. He says, but in his opinion, there's a much greater issue that's been out there for a long time. It isn't going away, and it's not going to go away, and it's going to slowly progress. And if we don't, as a world, do something about it, we're going to have issues or problems that we won't be able to solve. In his term was, it'll be bleak. And what he was talking about is climate change. He says, we're going to have if the people of the world want to get together and cooperate and use science to deal with this problem, he said we can then start moving our economies in such a way that we can at least mitigate and have an environment around the world that people can exist and operate in. So I just felt that I'd like to put at least some of those comments out there, because you as returning members, you're going to be dealing with big issues. It's not going to be so easy as some of us have had it with highways and maybe someone can't get the health care right when they wanted it. You're going to have to deal with some of these big issues. And what I would do, and I better get my last page here, Mr. Speaker. I wrote down a few comments that I would put out. I'm not, hopefully you will take them find them helpful. But I would offer this up. My first item that I have here on my sheet is, I would say, don't view every issue through the political lens. There's enough issues that you can do that, and you can play your political games, but some of these big issues, that's the wrong lens to use. Science and scientists are your friends. They're not the enemy. They're your friends. Listen, ask tough questions, and make good decisions. And finally, the other last comment that I would have in this regard is, we always should remember, and I think I've operated, and I think most of the members here have done that, or at least I would hope they have done it, is I've always put the people of the province and their interests and their well-being before the interests of the party. And I know that wasn't what I heard when I got here. I think that was reversed. But if you continue to do that, the people will reward you. And that goes for both sides of the House, for sure. Because after all, what people are, the average person isn't near as political as we are. I mean, we think that everybody's tuned in and listening to all the questions here. During our party's leadership debate, when we had members of cabinet who had been in the media for a long time, people would ask me, well, who am I supporting? And I said I was supporting the member from Saskatoon Northwest, and I mentioned his name. Well, who is that person? Well, he'd been in the local media here for several times. People aren't tuned in like we think they are. So what they are looking for is that traditional good government. You know, the water is drinkable, the roads are fixed, the health care is there, the education system's pretty good, we feel safe in our communities, and really, they don't care. At least there's a group of them. We all have our core supporters that would vote nothing else on both sides. That varies a little bit. But the ones that really make the difference are the ones that will change their vote. And we've had changes. I mean, since I can remember, we've had Ross Thatcher government. We had the Tommy Douglas government before that. We've had the Devine government. We've had the Calvert government. It's gone back and forth. Now the terms have gotten a little longer. It used to be every 2 years, or every 2 terms. There was a change in government. And why do I know that? Because last Mountain Touchwood always sent a member to the government side of the House. See, when you get close to 74, you get a little dry when you're speaking. But no, there's a group of people, and I remember prior to the 2007 election, we had a staff member that said, look, if we can change 6,000 people's mind across the province in key constituencies, we'll form government. And he was right. We did that. So it's not that big a pool of voters that have to change in order to change government. It's just, are they in the right constituency? If you had 6,000 voters in Cannington, you wouldn't change a thing. So, like I said, people are looking for that traditional good government that provides all the things that they really care about. So, Mr. Speaker, I know you're sitting there patiently waiting for me to use the term "in conclusion." And I think I am there, Mr. Speaker, and that's the area that I left for comments for you, Mr. Speaker. I would just like to say that I think, at least from my part, I think we've had an excellent working relationship over the last 2 years since you've been in the 2+ years since you've been in that chair. I got to tell you though, when you in that March 18th contest that we had for that position, and you said you'd like to wear the funny hat or the 3-cornered hat, I think I was a little ticked at you. But Mr. Speaker, I've got over that, and in 2020 hindsight, I think the results were perfect because I got to do all the fun things, you got to deal with all the hard stuff, Mr. Speaker. So I would like to thank you for all the things that we've been able to do and all the opportunities that you've given me, and I wish you nothing but the best in the future. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Recognize the member for Regina Elphinstone Centre, Mr. McCall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good to take my place one last time in this Assembly to rise and join debate on behalf of the people of Regina Elphinstone Centre. And I just want to start off by saying that the fellow graduates, you've all acquitted yourselves very well, and good for that. I'm also very thankful that we made sure my dad was here for 10 o'clock sharp And there's going to be some heck to pay for that, I'm sure, soon enough, Mr. Speaker. But I also want to pick a bit of a bone with, like, who was it that agreed that D'Outremont should close out debate? Like, how do we sign off on that? Anyway, well deserved, well deserved. But we hope he behaves himself. It's days in order anyway. Mr. Speaker, I was sent here by my friends and neighbours after a by-election in February of 2001. I've been re-elected in the general elections of 2003, 7, 11, and 2016. It's been an honour and a privilege to serve as the member of the Legislative Assembly for the people of Regina-Elphinstone Centre, and I have tried to do my best in giving voice and support to their hopes and dreams, and to serve alongside them in taking on our common concerns and challenges. I have been incredibly fortunate to have been helped along in this work by so many. One of those early on was a fellow named Ed Whalen. No, not the Stampede Wrestling Ed Whalen. The fellow who came to Saskatchewan to work in the CCF government and in the cooperative movement, and who served in this assembly from Northwest Regina for the better part of the 60s and 70s. Ed told me this, that the two most important words in public life are thank you, and to all those who were patient with me and who taught me so many valuable lessons, sometimes 2 or 3 times over for the same lesson, Mr. Speaker, to them I say thank you. So I'm going to call the roll a bit here, if you'll bear with me. I want to say thank you to all my political godmothers, like my business agent Elaine Torrey, who I first met when she was sending me and my brother and my sister out to drop leaflets for the late Premier Alan Blakeney when we were old enough to reach the mailbox. Or Gloria Blanchard, or Honey Deglow, or Deb MacDonald, or Phyllis Muse and Benta Sabiston, or my auntie Lorna Standing Ready, or Carolyn Rebecca, Jeanette Shanks, and Cheryl Stesick, or my little sister and constituency assistant of many years, Colleen Smith, or colleagues and mentors like Pat Atkinson and Deb Higgins. And I want to say thank you to Kelly Phipps. Without her belief in me and her considerable political organizing moxie, I wouldn't have won a nomination in the first place back in November of 2000, winning by 8 votes on the 4th ballot. That first campaign was a real doozy, Mr. Speaker. Romano had departed, and Calvert had just been elected NDP leader and by virtue of it, Premier. And it was an especially cold January and February for that by-election, and it took a long time after for people to recognize me without a parka. And I, of course, was a 28-year-old, green as grass, repurposed political staffer. I used to have a waking nightmare through that campaign where we lost Elphinstone, and then the rout was on with the NDP going on to get smoked in the general election. But I had some things going for me: deep roots in the community, something resembling a work ethic, and I have a family name that was and is well known and well regarded, thanks in very large measure to the way that my grandma and my mom and my dad carried it. And I had a team that carried me. My campaign manager was a fellow named Don Black, and he was a tremendous friend and mentor, and I'm sad to say that he passed on a few years back, and we miss him still, especially his laugh. He laughed like a maniac. Donnie Black hired me for my first organizing job in politics, Mr. Speaker, and Lauren Nystrom hired me as parliamentary staff in Ottawa after the 1997 federal election. Dwayne Lingenfelter encouraged me to run in Elphinstone when he decided to step away. Lauren Calvert was my leader and Premier, and I was very proud to have served in his government caucus and cabinet. To all of them, I say thank you. To all my colleagues that I've sat around the table with, been out in the community with, campaigned on the hustings with, and tried to do some good with and for the people of Saskatchewan, thank you. To all those who have helped to keep the Elphinstone NDP strong and in the winner's column, I say thank you. People like Tim Williams, who came for a term as president that lasted a decade plus. People like Don Jedlick, our current president and spiritual guru. People like Tim McCashin, who got back into the political ring to help serve the people of Elphinstone with a tremendous amount of diligence and heart. Thank you. In the fall of 2007, the people of Saskatchewan built a legislative assembly with 20 NDP and 38 Sask Party. Some may recall that in this place. And so I and my colleagues got the opportunity to set about learning the lessons of opposition politics. Now, to speak for myself, Mr. Speaker, I am still trying to learn those lessons of opposition politics. And perhaps that's why I've come to the fork in the road, Mr. Speaker, and to paraphrase the sage words of Yogi Berra, I'm taking it. I've served now more than twice the years in opposition as on the government benches, and given the results at the polls throughout that period, it has occurred to me that perhaps I am the Jonah. But time will tell. This extended tour of opposition benches has, in fact, taught me a number of lessons. First off, after the historic drubbing of the 2011 election, which some others in this House might remember that as well, it fell to me in the Gang of Nine to serve as the opposition House Leader. And that was a tremendous opportunity, Mr. Speaker, but it was also kind of, to be completely frank, overwhelming. Like drinking from the fire hose, overwhelming. But I learned one whole heck of a lot. I gained an even greater appreciation for the workings of this House, for those who do the work from the table to the boiler room to the broadcast booth, and I should add parenthetically, this is Ihor's last day in the broadcast booth. 40 years of service to the people of Saskatchewan, and it wasn't court-ordered, I should also add, Mr. Speaker. But thank you to Ihor and to Kerry, who's retiring later this year, and to hold them up as examples of the people who make this place go round, that help us do this work for the people of Saskatchewan. To them, I say thank you. Over the years, Mr. Speaker, I learned to live with the unrelenting approbation from the likes of Murray Mandrick and Stephanie Langenegger when it came to our continual failure to mount an effective opposition against the government. You know, this morning's listening, Mr. Speaker, is just like old home week. But in truth, there was always some good advice to be gleaned from the critique. I thank them and the media in general for the critical and increasingly more difficult work they do in holding that torch high so that we all might see the world more clearly. And as opposition House Leader, I got to know and appreciate many of the members opposite in a whole new way. I got to know them as people that I had to count on being as good as their word, and that they expected the same from me. And it was a wonderfully humanizing experience, Mr. Speaker. I will forever remember shooting the breeze with then Speaker D'Outremont up on the dais and him sincerely asking about how we were holding up, reminiscing about the 91 to 95 legislature, where he would be so wrung out at the end of the week that he would pull over on the highway on the trip home to Cannington for a nap, lest he fall asleep at the wheel, because that's just how hard they cranked it. And being on the business end of a 9 to 49 House, Mr. Speaker, that could really identify with that sentiment. But starting out, Mr. Speaker, as a young government MLA, I tried to practice the principle that in politics, you attack the policy, not the person, and that you shouldn't say from your seat what you wouldn't from your feet. And Lord knows I've tried to do that in the opposition benches as well. And for all of my friends on both sides of this assembly, for any time that I may have fallen short of that, I say again, thank you. Now, to confess some more, I have a hard time really recognizing this place in the absence of, like we were talking about Bob Benrod earlier, and that guy could really throw it. He could really bring the heat, you know. And I also think about this place in the absence of Brad Wall. And I want to say this, Mr. Speaker, that, you know, when you've been trashed by the best, it's hard to get all that fussed about the rest. In all seriousness, Mr. Speaker, I cannot imagine how this place will be after the departure of the current members for Arm River, Glass Mountain Touchwood, Martinsville, Cannington, Cut Knife, and Battlefords. I sincerely say thank you. Thanks for the friendship. Thanks for the laughs. Whenever I wasn't taking myself seriously enough, you know, I had a lot of help from the member from Martinsville, just along the way. Mr. Speaker, I want to say a big thank you to my caucus colleagues over the years, and caucus staff too. It's a real honor to follow the member from Saskatoon Centre in this debate. We came here a few short months apart, and his decision helped to clarify my decision on when to wrap it up. I mean, like, how do you break up the leftists, Waldorf and Stadler? I mean, you know, you want to keep that going. I want to offer a special word of thanks to my friend and neighbor and brother, the member from Rosemont. We put on some hard miles together, and plenty of good miles too. To more to come. I also want to say, and again, this is not that I don't love you all equally. It's just, you know, that we all relate in different ways and different ways that we connect. But there was reference to by-elections earlier. And certainly, right after the 2016 election, for the members for Douglas Park and Lakeview, I want to offer a special thanks for coming along to give us a real shot in the arm when we needed it, me especially. In this old province of ours, the never-ending road trip of the work can really bond you quickly and strongly with your fellow travelers. And as well, for all of us, there's nothing quite as bonding as staring into the maw of a 5-to-1 odds house or a 7-to-1 odds house. We've been there, Mr. Speaker. We've been there. It's been great serving with all of you, and I want to say thank you to my leader, the member from Meewasin, and I want to thank all of my leaders, by extension through him. It's not an easy job, and if ever you have any doubts about that, there's always question period or the cut and thrust, or, you know. I'd never seen you getting slanged for Trump. That was, did not see that coming. But anyway. Anyway. Mr. Speaker, 2 years hence, I will hopefully be a rookie teacher, 50 years young, embarking on an adventure in education. And my goal is to be doing that as a social studies teacher at Scott Collegiate at the heart of the Mamuyatitan Centre, which is Cree or Nihiao for Let's All Be Together. For me, it's reminiscent of a principle from Cree natural law, Wakotowin, or the idea that all creation is related. And Wakotowin is connected to the principles of Pimatsuwin, living in a good way, and Wetaskiwin, or living together in harmony on this land. It's all about reconciliation, Mr. Speaker. And for me, it further connects to the motto of Saskatchewan, from many people's strength. Premier Wall used to give a speech about the promise of Saskatchewan, let's keep it, and we really should, Mr. Speaker. As long as we as a society keep giving Indigenous people far too many reasons to believe that they do not matter, that they are excluded from the Saskatchewan good life, excluded from a strong Saskatchewan, that reconciliation was just another fad soon to fade, then we have failed. Then we have made ourselves liars, Mr. Speaker. The promise of Saskatchewan and Canada, you'd better believe we should keep it. And that goes for poor people, for workers, for black people, for people of color. These are some of the many peoples from which Saskatchewan has promised to draw its strength. And for me, Mr. Speaker, in this work of service, as sure as I stand here in these moccasins that I'll spare you propping them up on the desk, Mr. Speaker, that were given to me on election night in 2011 by my brother, Ira LaValle, I have been made stronger and better by being taken in, by being taught, and being loved by many wonderful Indigenous people. And not to give away too many trade secrets, Mr. Speaker, but I'm here today sporting the good luck haircut provided to me by another one of my brothers, Sterling Brass Jr. He's the first Indigenous person, so far as I know, to cut hair at the Hotel Saskatchewan. And part of my electoral success, lo these many years, was to make sure to get the good luck cut from Stu just before the big speech or the big campaign, right on back to nomination night 20 years ago. I'd also like to pass along the advice that was given to me early on by one of those Mushims who's just relatively recently passed away. And his advice was this: in public life, never forget where you come from and learn how to deal with stress. I've tried to live up to that in this work we do in trying to make a positive difference for the people of Regina Elphinstone. And in that advice, I could also hear echoes of my dad's counsel to us McCall kids when we'd be heading out on the town. He would say, "Now don't forget that your name is McCall." And Pa, we never did, at least not for very long. I am very lucky to be part of the McCall family. I've said that here before, but it can't be said enough. To my sister Carla and Larry and Josh and Matthew, to my brother Ian and Anna and Lara, to Carolyn and Sean and Madeline and Nolan, thank you. To my darling Teresa, who's also here with us today, I love you very much. You being in my life gave me the hope one needs to dream new dreams. Thank you. To my dearly departed brother Neil, my mother Carolyn, I miss them all the time. And to my grandma McCall, Olive McCall, Nee Wilson, this is my Wilson tartan tie, also one of my totems, Mr. Speaker. She gave birth to my dad in 1934 at home on the farm in the arm of Momart in the teeth of the Great Depression. She personified the guts and the determination and the wicked sense of humor of her generation. She was the McCall family matriarch, and we miss her still. And then there's Papa Bear, Big Doug McCall, the Big McCallski. He's 86 years young, Mr. Speaker, and he's with us here today. Growing up, my dad would drive us around southern Saskatchewan for hockey or ball, but he'd always wind us up to watch out for those big, strong farm boys, which was fair warning because he knew what he was talking about. He was the big, strong farm boy writ large, Mr. Speaker, 6'3" to be exact. The family farm flooded in the mid-50s. My grandfather died, and my dad and my grandma come into the city to make a new life, landing at a house on the 900 block of Athol, and we McCalls have been knocking around North Central ever since. My grandma and my dad and my mom were good neighbors, community builders. My dad worked 35 years for Sask Energy. He was a union man. He put in a hard day's work for a fair day's pay. I owe my mom and dad and grandma a tremendous debt. It's the kind that can never be paid off, only paid forward. And I am so glad to have my dad here with us, especially on a day like today. I would leave off with two pieces of advice, both from Christian scripture. The first is from Proverbs, and it is also reproduced on the wall of a committee room on Parliament Hill in Ottawa. Where there is no vision, the people shall perish. I've always thought that proverb was well chosen because these are the stakes that all politicians should take to heart. Far too often, our limited vision or lack of vision in this province bears a deadly consequence. And if we do not open our eyes to the fact of the pandemic within a pandemic that is cutting through our communities like a scythe, then people will perish for certain, and in ever greater numbers. Confronting addiction and mental health and suicide and the root causes at work in our province demands vision and really seeing and hearing what is going on. To put it another way, Mr. Speaker, Teresa and I live not too far from Emergency Medical Services Dispatch at 7th Avenue and Albert. We hear the sirens wail coming down the street from there far too often. And one thing about a siren is that it's almost impossible to ignore. It should raise the alarm. So I don't understand how the crystal meth crisis, the fentanyl crisis, is getting worse. Worse to the point where we had 6 deaths in the city of Regina in the last 2 days. Do we not all hear the sirens, Mr. Speaker? Why can't we raise that alarm? And what does that say about us, and what does it say about our vision for the people of Saskatchewan? The second verse, Mr. Speaker, is from Micah, and it was often quoted by Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Dr. King was a hero of my late brother Neil's. Neil was ordained as a Baptist minister just before he died of cancer in 2003 at the age of 30. Neil had a poster of Dr. King hanging on his office wall when he passed, and that poster has come along with me since then. The verse is, "And what does the Lord require of thee, but to do justly, to love mercy, to walk humbly with thy God?" That always struck me as good advice, not just for humanity, but for politicians in particular. And I am acutely aware of how short I have fallen of that mark over the years. But I have tried my level best to be a force for good in Regina Elphinstone Centre, and especially in my home community of North Central. And while we certainly had some successes, Mr. Speaker, there is a tremendous amount of work that remains outstanding. Sometimes doing your best is the best you can do, and then to pass along the lessons and the encouragement that comes with it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member for Cannington, Dan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, after 29 years in the House, you would wonder why I have a written speech. Well, Mr. Speaker, because I knew and understood that we had been requested to speak for 10 minutes. If I didn't write it down, it would be a lot longer than 10 minutes. And, you know, Mr. Speaker, my 10 colleagues that have spoke already have obviously not written their speeches down. Mr. Speaker, thank you and congratulations to all my retiring colleagues on both sides. Thank you to my guests, my son Nicholas, and my friends Roland LaFrance and Wayne Elhard. Wayne has had to leave because this has taken so long. As well, my CAs, Jeannie Ball and Bonnie Farr, are up in the West Gallery. You might say I first became involved in politics when I ran for school council president in grade 8. I won. I made the decision to seek the Souris-Cannington Progressive Conservative Association nomination in January of 1990, that being sometime in the last century. The first provincial election I ran in was in the fall of '91. I was elected in October of that year. In fact, my constituency office, my constituency assistant, and the Souris-Cannington sign out front are still the originals, Mr. Speaker. One of my first actions as an MLA was to buy and read Beauchene's 6th edition of Parliamentary Rules and Practice. Since then, I have served in almost every role available to opposition and government members. The only position I have not held is that of leader, either Premier or Leader of the Opposition, neither position I ever wanted. However, I have served as Opposition Deputy Whip, Opposition House Leader, and Deputy Leader of the Opposition, as well as Opposition Caucus Chair and many critic roles. In government, I served as Minister, Government House Leader, and Chair of various standing committees. Finally, I served as Speaker, being elected by the members of this Assembly to that important position. Over the years in the role of House Leader and Speaker, I've had a major impact on the standing orders of the Legislative Assembly of Saskatchewan. In 1999, while serving as Opposition House Leader, I was appointed to the special committee studying the standing orders of this legislature with a view to modernizing and reforming the same. It took 4 years from beginning to implementation. The negotiations and recommendations were made without any knowledge as to whom might form the government after the 2003 election. The rules were designed with the view that they had to serve both government and opposition. Andrew Thompson for the NDP and myself for the Sask Party were the lead members. We were very astutely served by Clerk Greg Putz in putting the recommendations together and making sure they actually worked. The standing orders have been refined some since then with the addition of the calendar establishing a fall and spring session with set sitting times and hours. The changes to the calendar resulted in fewer actual sitting days, but on average 50 more hours of service per year, the equivalent of an additional 10 days. I helped to clarify and establish the precedents of how the rules are applied and ruled on by often being the person calling the point of order or having the point of order called against me. Today, whenever the clerks search for a precedent to assist the Speaker in making a determination, it is often my name that comes up, either good or bad. The standing orders were the area of the House where I feel I had an impact, but the biggest impact was in being an original and founding member of the Saskatchewan Party on August the 8th of 1997. Along with my 7 colleagues, we were instrumental in forming a new political party made up of 4 former Liberals and 4 former Progressive Conservatives. It was my belief then, and a belief I still hold, that this new party would be as impactful to Saskatchewan as the election of the first CCF government in 1944. There has been a desire in Saskatchewan since the early 1950s to have one political choice on the left and one on the right. In the 1990s, with both the Liberal Party and the PC Party at 18% in the polls, with neither going up or down, something had to change. That change was the Saskatchewan Party. Speaker Glenn Hagel made an important decision in recognizing the new party as the largest group sitting in opposition to the government, making the Saskatchewan Party the official opposition. Prior to being chosen the opposition party, we needed a name for House purposes and to establish the new party with the Chief Electoral Office. I recommended the name Saskatchewan Party. The name Saskatchewan Party reflected solely Saskatchewan and had no affiliation with any federal parties. It also meant we had no political tax credits with which to fund the party. The new Saskatchewan Party has now served as government for 3 terms, 13 years, and I believe the party will continue to serve many more terms as government, reflecting the wishes of the Saskatchewan electorate. There have been many changes over the last 30 years. We have gone from 66 MLAs to 58 and now 61. Regular LAS staffing has changed from 39 to 66 as more accountability and detailed reports are brought to bear on members. There have been changes in the relationship between the legislature, MLAs, Lieutenant Governor and Council, and Executive Council. I think it's very important that members be aware, and the member from Last Mountain Touchwood mentioned this, there are 3 branches of government. They are the legislative branch, being the MLAs, led by the Speaker, the executive branch, Lieutenant Governor and Council and Cabinet, led by the Premier, and the judicial branch, led by the Chief Justice. Each of these are independent of the other branches. Over time, not just here, but across all Westminster-style governments, these lines have been blurred between legislative and executive branches, as some MLAs are members of both branches. There is no blurring between the judicial and executive branch, as the judiciary protect their independence vigorously. One of the important changes I was able to accomplish as Speaker, along with the then Minister of Justice, now the Minister of Education, was to split the Legislative Assembly and Executive Council Act into two separate pieces of legislation. The new Legislative Assembly Act also brought all of the statutory officers, the independent officers, under the responsibility of the Legislative Assembly and not responsible to the executive branch of government, as their role is to monitor the executive branch. Another change as Speaker was the installation of the green carpet in the Assembly chamber. Green for the first time since the legislative building was completed in 1912, even though the architectural design was for a green chamber. It was the personal choice of premiers and speakers that made it and kept it red. Over time, political parties have shifted to a cult of personality rather than being philosophically driven. I believe the British Conservative model of the 1922 committee has as much value today as it did in 1922. This committee gives backbenchers value, voice, and the responsibility to hold the party leadership to account. Not all MLAs will be in cabinet, even though they all want to be. But there are other roles that both government backbenchers and opposition members can be involved in. This desire to be in cabinet sometimes means MLAs make decisions based on future career opportunities rather than making the best overall policy decisions. MLAs not in cabinet need to direct their efforts to other opportunities as House officers and committee members. My advice is to make yourself a more valued and credible member, and perhaps eventually a better cabinet minister. Read everything, understand what you read, remember it, and figure out how to apply it. While some would say I've been very partisan MLA, I have also learned how to work with colleagues across the floor, both while in opposition and in government. We are all here to create a better Saskatchewan, often a similar Saskatchewan, but with a different road to achieve that goal. It takes time and willingness to reach the point where an MLA changes from a politician to a parliamentarian. It's not always easy, and there can often be stumbles along the way, with some members being opposed to any cooperation. However, I believe it is a worthy goal to aspire to. There are many people I need to thank over a 30-year career since I have been elected into politics, with many up and downs over those years. My first thanks needs to go to my family, who put up with me being gone a lot and being the last one to leave an event having helped to put the chairs away. The victories were high and there were lows, such as Nicholas's car accident during the session in 1998, or my wife passing away after the spring. After the spring session of 2012. I have been blessed with the same constituency assistance since the nomination campaign of 1990. This is Jeannie's 30th year as well, and I know she's looking forward to retiring, having nagged me about it for the last 4 years. Thank you to the voters of Cannington, which started me out on a term contract with 45% of the vote in 1991, to the last election with 85%. Thank you to the clerks who taught me, helped me understand the rules, and guided me while I was Speaker. One of my greatest accomplishments was getting the clerk to give a little guffaw while at the table in the House. To my colleagues, past and present, on both sides, thank you for challenging me and making me a better MLA and representative of the Cannington constituency, and as well a representative of Saskatchewan while outside of the province, especially with the MLC, which we need to continue. Wayne Elhard served as the co-chair of the Midwest Canada Committee, and I am still serving as the chair of the Energy Subcommittee. Thank you very much. It's up to all of you to maintain the traditions of this Legislative Assembly and to represent all citizens of Saskatchewan, whether they vote for you or not.
Here, here.
Thank you all. The motion before the Assembly is that this Assembly gives thanks to the retiring members of the Legislative Assembly of Saskatchewan for their service and dedication to the people of their constituencies and the province. Is it the pleasure of the Assembly to adopt the motion? Carried. Why is the Government House Leader on his feet?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ask for leave to make brief remarks at the end of session.
Government House Leader has requested leave to make an end of session statement. Is leave granted? Leave has been granted. Government House Leader may proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to be very brief, as I think the retiring members said much better than I could in a short period of time. The thank yous and those to whom we owe a great deal of thanks. I want to thank the retiring members, though, for those heartfelt, deeply considered, thoughtful speeches. I think all members of the House very much appreciated your words, your wisdom, and are going to be taking that to heart. So thank you very much for that. I want to thank, just very briefly, the number of folks who have already been thanked, but I want to do it again. The clerk, clerks, Sergeant-at-Arms, of course the Premier, caucus colleagues, opposition colleagues, the LAS staff, Hansard Broadcast Services, who do thankless work with great professionalism, the commissionaires, our security staff, our cafeteria staff, our staff in House Business and Research, Michelle Lang, Kelly Olenek, and of course, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for what has been a very unique, different session, unlike any that's ever been held in this province before, under remarkable, extraordinary circumstances. So thank you for your leadership in making this all work. And with that, I will turn it over to my colleague opposite. Thank you.
Was the Opposition House Leader on her feet?
I too would like to request leave for closing remarks.
Opposition House Leaders requested leave to make an end of session statement. Is leave granted? Leave has been granted. Opposition House Leader may proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and to colleagues on both sides of the aisle. I took a little too much time on the first go-around, so I'm going to make this very brief. First of all, to the leadership of our two parties, Premier Moe, I have a lot of respect for you and really appreciate your demeanor and the way you carry yourself, even when I get a little too carried away over here. So I really want to say thank you for your leadership, and also to our leader, Brian Miley. I think we're still allowed to use personal names. Okay. Again, it's been an honor to serve with you, and I do wish you all the best in the future, as well as everyone in this room. So good luck if you're running again. Good luck if you're not coming back. I think it's an amazing opportunity. Anyways, on to the list. Thanks to our staff, and in particular our Director of Issues Management, Mitchell Bonikoski, has been immensely helpful and supportive in my role as House Leader. Thanks to our caucus staff, to the clerk's table and all your staff, and to the law clerk, I'll say merci, so let him know I said thank you. Speaker and your staff have been very supportive as well. Sergeant-at-Arms, the security force here on the building, and it's not been easy during COVID. Commissionaires, the television folks, IT, Linda down at the cafeteria and all the cafeteria folks, the library, which I've missed a lot since this session began under COVID, and of course our independent officers, the provincial auditor and the chief electoral officer, and all the members of the public service for the work that they do. And finally, just thanks to my fellow House Leader across the way. I do think of us sometimes as Ralph Wolf and Sam Sheepdog, and I know that comparison has been used in the House before. before. I'm not sure if you're Ralph or Sam or which one I am, but I think the work we do is difficult, but I think at the end of the day we can consider ourselves friends, so I want to thank you for that as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I've got some closing remarks, and I'm going to go as quickly as I possibly can based on what we've got. But I've got a number of people that I need to thank. So before we close off today's proceedings, I'd like to take the opportunity to make a few closing remarks. When we reconvened this sitting of the Assembly last month, I pointed out that it was fair to say we have never had a sitting like this before. Looking back on the past weeks, I think we can all agree that was a bit of an understatement. While the people at home watching have been able to see some of the differences, like physical distancing, reduced numbers in the chamber and at committee, and the absence of our pages, many of the most significant changes have been off camera and behind the scenes. And that is where I want to start. An immense amount of advanced planning and daily hard work has gone into keeping everyone in this building safe during COVID-19. To Steve Bata and his team, my deepest thanks for always working to keep this building running smoothly, including overseeing the deep cleaning measures that have been keeping the building safe for the members and all staff working here. A special thank you as well to the cleaning staff who have gone above and beyond in so many ways to ensure that we can safely conduct the business of the Assembly. To our Sergeant-at-Arms, Terry Quinn, and his team, thank you for your diligence in maintaining the security of the Legislative Building and Precinct, while ensuring the precinct has been able to safely welcome members of the public outdoors, including important, peaceful public demonstrations that are part of the very fabric of democracy. To the Clerk's Office, Greg Putz, Irish Lang, Ken Ring, Kathy Baranek, Rob Park, Stacey Lusescu, Ann Drake, Sandra Gardner, and the staff of the Legislative Assembly. Thanks to all of you and your teams for your extraordinary efforts to keep us all on task, and by doing so, enabling the legislative process to run smoothly. Thanks also to Monique Lovett for her dedication and hard work supporting the members' participation in the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association and the Hansard team for transcribing the important debates here in the Assembly and at committee, and for kindly making it look like we actually managed to speak in complete sentences most of the time. I would also like to recognize a member, and Mr. McCall mentioned him earlier, but also like to recognize a member of the Legislative Assembly staff who will be retiring shortly. Senior broadcast technician Ihor Siwanek. Ihor has been with the Assembly since November 1st, 1992, when he was hired to assist with the inauguration of the television broadcast system. Ihor, thank you for your service, and we wish you all the best in your retirement. I believe we have the finest clerk's office and legislative assembly staff of any assembly in this country, and it has been an honor to work with you as Speaker. I would also like to acknowledge our pages, Taylor, Eric, Nicola, Tahira, Bryn, and Marvel, whose roles were abruptly interrupted by COVID-19. The members appreciate your efficiency and your professionalism. Many thanks to my staff, Sheila Sterling and Haley Lucas, for all of their hard work in keeping the office running smoothly and for facilitating the Saskatchewan Teachers Institute, the annual CPA dinner, and the various events that run through the Speaker's office. To my friend, Deputy Speaker Glenn Hart, you have served your constituents and this Assembly with distinction and honour, and on behalf of us all, thank you for your service to the people of this province. Thank you, Christy Shaw, my constituency assistant. Christy is an amazing human being who not only puts up with me year in and year out, but keeps our very active constituency office running smoothly, while raising a family and pursuing a post-secondary education in Indigenous social work at First Nations University of Canada. I'm happy to say that we are on track to be the only constituency office in Saskatchewan where both the MLA and the CA will be counted as First Nations University of Canada alumni. Christy, I'm proud to work with you and an honour to call you my friend. Thank you, Lisa, my love, my partner, my rock. Thank you for keeping me balanced and focused. It's certainly no easy task, but you're an amazing human being. To the members, thank you all. We all share the rare honour of representing the people of this province. And I want to commend you for your passion, dedication, integrity, and honour you bring to this Assembly. And in the spirit of honesty and integrity, I must admit that I'm a little bit disappointed that none of you have given me the chance to eject anyone from this chamber. Well, still, I got a chance still? Joking aside, I would especially like to express my appreciation to those members who have made the decision to retire from public office, who have more than 100 years of combined service. I think you said 165 years. Yeah, thank you all. Yeah, just a little younger than dirt. But thank you all that you've done to make this province a better place. And speaking of years of service, I'd like to acknowledge that we have 34 members on achieving long service milestones, for anywhere from 8 to 28 years. It has been a pleasure serving with you all. As Speaker, I've had a few memorable moments. I'll just stay with the positive ones. But we raised the Treaty 4 flag and the pipe in the rotunda of this Assembly. I was honoured to be a part of that, and we've had an imam given a blessing in this Assembly for the first time ever. We had Imam Muhammad Maslow. We've had a rabbi, Jeremy Parnes. We had Elder Betty McKenna numerous times. And most recently, we had Harry Francis. Again, we're honored to have all of them. We've had the installation of 2 lieutenant governors. Thomas Malloy, who passed away, amazing human being. Russ Marasty, another amazing human being, first Indigenous lieutenant governor. We're honored by them all. Many school groups, obviously. It's been nothing but a highlight, but my friend, Kevin Phillips, I miss you. So, congratulations all. Finally, I want to close off by giving the most important thank you of all to the people of Saskatchewan. You've entrusted us with the privilege and solemn duty of representing you in the seat of our province's democracy. Thank you to the constituents of Coronation Park. On behalf of all my colleagues here, I can say it has been an honor. Thank you. Why is the Government House Leader on his feet?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To ask for leave to make a motion regarding the adjournment of session.
Government House Leader has requested leave to move a motion of sessional adjournment. Is leave granted? Leave isn't granted. The Government House Leader may move his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that when this Assembly adjourns at the end of this sitting day today, it shall stand adjourned to the date and time set by Mr. Speaker upon the request of the government, and that Mr. Speaker shall give each member 7 clear days' notice, if possible, of such date and time. I so move.
Government House Leader has moved that when this Assembly adjourns at the end of this sitting day today, it shall stand adjourned to the date and time set by Mr. Speaker upon the request of the government, and that Mr. Speaker shall give each member 7 clear days' notice, if possible, of such date and time. Assembly ready for the question? Pleasure Assembly to adopt the motion. Carried. It now being past the normal time of adjournment, this Assembly stands adjourned to the call of the Chair. Thank you, everyone.